Stream doesn't seem as clear as it normally is. Yeah, I'm gonna try reloading the whole game. Maybe that's the issue. I'm also gonna delete that stupid source because it's clearly not working. So maybe that's just wigging something out. Okay, so we've got the game. The game is the source. Okay. Let's just try, just restarting. Heard so much about Gorma, never seen an RP outside of the main game. Oh. Well, you're gonna see some Gorma RP tonight. You stick around. Tonight is a Gorma night. I don't think we're going back to the mainland at all tonight. I thought about it. We need to go back to the mainland at some point just to like check on telegrams and reach out to Scrump and Roe and everybody else, Butch. But right now, we've got to play it safe. And the last thing we want to do is go back to the crossing and immediately get arrested. Okay. I feel like it's better now. We'll see. It looks better to me. No donkeys, of course. I wonder where people are at. There may not be many people around right now, but I feel like there's gonna be. I just have to know where to look. Oh, hey, there's people. Were they all there earlier? I wonder if, like, I was in some weird bugged instance, because I didn't see anybody. Maybe that's why it was giving me such a hard time. Oh, this is Gorda people.
We're not going to just go shoving stuff down their throats in order to get it out. We're going to be very careful, and we're going to take our time with that.
Howdy.
Howdy.
Howdy, howdy.
Oh, sorry, I'm not interrupting anything, am I?
Oh, no, not at all. Just a medical certification training.
I see. Fantastic.
Could we take a super duper quick break, actually?
Yes.
I kind of want to speak with Mr. Julius for a quick moment.
Yes, we can. I've been
Sure.
throwing information
I need
at
to
you
get
like
water.
rapid gunfire, so.
I need
Thank
to hydrate.
Hey, could I chat with you for a second?
Yeah, no, please, let's go.
Okay, yeah, I don't want to pull you away from everyone, but just for a
Oh,
moment.
no, it's all right.
All right. How you been, buddy?
I have been, well, good now. I'll put it that way. Did you hear about my adventures the other night?
No, what happened?
Well, how to even summarize this quickly? We robbed a bank. We escaped on a boat. There was a giant naval battle as the deputies sent a bunch of boats after us. We ended up losing the gunfight. I got arrested along with the rest of my crew.
What the fuck?
2 of my crew got broken out. I was in the interrogations room. And then, well, somebody else hired Jabas not Jabas, Charles Devine and the Bastards to break me out. So I got broken out, which is how I'm here.
Oh, congratulations. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm
I have
good, but
some
I'm
less
very
good news.
wanted.
Okay. Well, you're safe here, so less good news.
Okay.
Here, actually, let's not stand in the middle of the road when I tell you. Has Delilah told you about the meeting Thursday?
Yes. Well, no, she did not tell me. Actually, Edgar told me. So I am aware that there is this meeting, and it's got a bunch of people who hate Edgar but also hate Delilah, and Edgar seems to hope that means that they're gonna attack Delilah. I don't quite follow it all,
Okay,
but
yes.
that's the gist of what I got.
Yes. I think he is banking heavily on that being an attack Delilah thing. I don't know where you stand in all this, but it may be a setup, and people involved may get real hurt. I can't confirm that, but just the way that it sounds, you know, you're a smart guy. You know how these things go.
Sure. Yeah, Edgar kept insisting, it's just a business meeting, and, he doesn't want anyone to hurt her. It's just to show that she don't have the power anymore, but, it's Edgar we're talking about.
Yeah. Okay. Just wanted to make sure that, I assumed that you'd be a part of it, so I just wanted to make sure that you were safe and informed.
Yeah. What are people thinking and planning? Like, what's the game plan here?
I don't know what people are thinking and planning.
Okay.
I'm being asked to basically sit on the fucking beach getting ready to patch people up in case they get shot. So that's not a good feeling to hear that. Also, I would rather not be fucking sitting on the sidelines. But regardless, right, if that's the way that people are posturing,
Okay. I'm gonna have to talk to Delilah and see what her plans are. 'Cause, frankly, I feel like we could hide out in the fucking jungle and never find her, right? There's no need for people to get shot down in a bunch of stupid bloodshed over this shit. The whole
Well, we
thing's
both know
ridiculous.
she is a little wild, so, she may revel in the challenge, but just wanted to make sure that you were going in, I don't want to be a doomsayer and claim it's an apocalypse, but bad feeling.
Yeah. No, I get you.
Yeah, I'm exercising a bit of what do they call it? Preventative medicine, right?
Mm-hmm.
Help try to not even let the bullet holes be there, so I don't have to plug them up.
Yeah. Okay.
That was all. Just best of luck with it and everything, and I just wanted to make sure you were fully informed.
Yeah, no. I appreciate it. Edgar and I are friendly enough. Would rather not screw that up, but I also don't want anyone getting hurt tomorrow. So Thursday we'll see. Thursdays ain't good for me anyway, so I might miss the initial action, as it were. So we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Okay, that was all, buddy.
No, thank
if
you.
you had to talk with anyone, to walk back. I didn't want to walk you away from the group.
No, it's all right. Honestly, I got nothing going on, but enjoying my freedom.
Well, if you want to learn a little bit of medical know-how, I'm sure they'd be okay if you sat in and listened.
Yeah.
But that's what we're up to at the moment.
I mean,
Charlie?
It looks like it.
No, that's not. Is that? It's when do you start wearing a cowboy hat? That's not him, is it?
Who the hell is that? I don't know what's going on. I don't think that's Charlie. I thought maybe for a second it was Ali, but I definitely don't think it's Ali, or he would have stopped and said hello. So I don't know who the fuck that is.
If you do see Charlie tonight, could you let him know I'm around? Because he owes me some horse tonics.
Okay. Yeah, I'll let him know.
Okay. Thank you. Hey, I got a quick question, actually.
Yeah, what's that?
I know emeralds tend to go for about $100. What do rubies and sapphires and diamonds go for?
I had it written down at one point. I know sapphires are like 36. I think rubies are maybe 30 and diamonds are 50.
Oh shit, I fucked a guy over. I said I'd give him a diamond for 100 and he took it. Oh shit.
Ridiculous.
Chibi, what's
Okay,
going on?
anyway.
Why are we crying?
Hi.
Yeah, I was telling everyone out there, I'm like, it's a lot more dangerous to be in the crossing than it is to be in Gorma.
Yep.
It really is.
And everyone just doesn't feel like they don't want to believe me, but it's true.
Yeah.
Like, I keep hearing that my friends are getting kidnapped or taken hostage, just hanging around in like Blackwater, for example, and like it's gotten worse. Like every day someone's either getting hurt or taken hostage, and
But
like
here's the thing, Misha. I mean, I don't think you're wrong, but in people's defense, it wasn't too long ago that there were a bunch of the bodies lined up on the goddamn castle and blood all over the damn place, right?
yeah.
So it might be a little bit difficult for people to wrap their heads
but that
around
was
the.
a plan thing. Though,
Yeah,
right?
but that's what I'm saying. It might be a little bit
Yeah.
difficult for people to wrap their heads around the overall safety of the island, right? Especially when that's the sort of splashy news that makes the headlines.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the only thing that will make the headlines is this, like, a Gorman war, even though it was prearranged and it was
Yeah.
not civilians, right?
Yeah, it wasn't.
So,
It wasn't. And
this
I
stuff-
actually spoke to one of the reporters about it, and I think Kieran is his name. They wanted to conduct an interview about Garda as a way to kind of help.
Oh, that's nice.
Then I guess bring something good about Gorma instead of all the constant bullshit that's happening around here.
It's not even constant. I mean, that horrific event that happened between the gangs is a thing that happened. But before that, the last horrific thing that happened was, or the last, like, severe injury from one person to another person, or even any injury from one person to another person, was, what was his name? Mills, who shot somebody from the crossing who was stalking him. It wasn't even Gormans doing it. Like, people think it's incredibly violent here, and it isn't actually. And they have the ability to be violent, but they just, it doesn't happen that often, although...
Well, they don't really talk to anyone that really truly lives here, other than, Edgar and other big gang leaders.
Well, yeah, because folks are busy living on the island rather than going to and fro like
Yep.
folks who are in gangs.
But it's sad because the reporters, when they do arrive here, they don't take the time to actually, like, talk to anyone that... Yeah, they don't, like, take that time to really, like, see it for themselves. But I encourage them.
Abigail spent a fair bit of time here.
They're looking for stories that are actually going to get people to read the paper. And saying, well, the civilians put on a fun event in Gorma is not going to get as much traction as, for example,
blood on the beach, yeah.
Exactly, or like a, full-on warfare in a castle.
Yeah. Well, that's why I'm like, I think having an article about Garda could potentially help.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Anything like that is good.
Is that your best friend?
My one true love.
Oh, yay, I can ask him about
this gold bar.
Gold bar that I have that I don't know what to do with.
Where to really
I
go
ain't
to?
taking
She
it. I ain't
talked
taking
to
it
me.
back to the crossing. Hell no.
Wait, are y'all keeping gold bars out here? Is that what's going on? I thought it was gems were going to be
I'm
the
getting-
economy.
No, I'm getting
We're going
paid
to-
with gems and gold bars. So
Oh.
Yep, gems are going to be a big one, but also I think we might try the gold pebbles, because we can do... Boone was saying that, you could fit quite a lot in a jewel pouch, and one pebble is probably equivalent to like $1. So that
Howdy.
was one of the problems that we were having, was thinking about how do we get the smaller currency to be able to pay for things like drinks and soup and whatnot. And
Pebbles are like the pocket
pebbles
change.
are very, very light, but
I see.
you can have like about $400 worth on a pouch if you want, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, that actually ain't bad at all.
Exactly, right? And then you exchange, that out for like, maybe you've got 200 in the tiny pebbles and then 200 in 2 big diamonds or something like that. I don't know. But it would be
Honestly,
good.
people can make a solid bit of money gold painting. I gave it a shot. It's boring.
It's a
as shit.
long time though.
Yeah, but like in an hour, you can make equivalent to mining. If you don't hit a gem in mining, you're making the same gold panning.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Herbie.
Hello, Herbie.
Hi, how's it going?
Hello.
Going well.
So in the topic of gems and gold nuggets, I have a gold bar and I don't know what to do with it.
But bring it back to the cross and sell it to some criminal.
But isn't that... Couldn't I get in trouble for that?
Absolutely. If you get caught, you're gonna get in trouble
Yeah,
for
I
that.
don't really want to. I
Find
don't
somebody
really
here who
want to.
wants to
I don't
buy
really want to do that though.
How about this, Mishka?
Okay, I'll give you, what do I give you $60 for it.
Is that how much it usually is?
I have no
No.
idea. You can get picky. You know what it
I
doesn't
don't
cost?
know.
A
I don't
ticket back
know.
to the crossing.
You know, 60's actually good. There's a fence down in
Okay,
Thieves that'll pay 50. I was
60.
gonna say.
You said 60.
Well, listen, I got over a barrel here. Why am I being nice? Yeah, $60. I'll give you $60 for it.
Okay, do you have $60?
You got it right now? Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Now I'm sitting here with fucking 10 gold bars.
That sounds really heavy. You
No,
getting
not
fit?
on me.
Oh, I thought you were just carrying them around. Like, damn. It's a couple 100 pounds.
Thank you.
Hey, Herbert is deceptively strong. I mean, just take a good look at that man. You realize it, but he
Like,
can
ooh.
lift so
dense.
much gold. Exactly.
I'm from top of my skull to the bottom of my feet. Everything's dense.
I mean, have
Got
you
that-
seen his calves?
Yeah, it's very strong.
His calf muscles have calf muscles. have
Especially
muscles,
from
you know
the
what I'm saying?
side. Yeah.
Got that silverback
Ooh,
physique.
ooh, ooh! Show off your legs. Show off your legs. Let's see.
Okay.
I want to
hold
see your
on.
calf muscles. Come
Hold
on.
on, I'll show it off. Hold on. You ready? You ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
I can feel the hype.
How about
Oh,
this?
ho, ho.
Oh,
It's really the
wow.
movement when you see the muscles ripple
Oh yeah,
through
seeing it
these-
in
through
action.
these loose pants.
Every movement is like just an artist's dream.
I can fill out some chinos.
My
Damn right,
God.
Nobody paid for this. I can fill out someone else's
Beautiful.
chinos.
Sweet pants, they'd look better on my floor.
Boom.
What? Hey, look, there's a guy running.
Yeah, he's been running back and forth for a little while now.
Oh,
Hey,
that's
Charlie?
Discount Charlie.
Look at him
No,
go.
it ain't
Yeah,
Charlie. It
Charlie.
looks like Charlie, but it's. I mean, maybe it's Charlie. There was a man who's
Yeah.
not
Is it
Charlie.
because-
Charlie?
Is it because they? I mean, Charlie likes to wear only black.
Yes, but there's a man who's got the same shirt as Charlie, but
Uh-huh.
he's wearing a bow and he has like a cowboy hat on. It's I don't know who the hell it is. I thought for a second it was Ali, but it ain't Ali.
Perhaps it's old Smedley, but perhaps this is somebody who's trying to take things of King's. He's not going on a boat, is he?
He was running around with a goddamn box.
That is true.
I know how
Hey.
much Amber.
You
is
want me to
interested
slit his Achilles tendons?
Oh, shit.
Yes, but probably for the wrong reasons.
Oh, damn. Okay.
What's going on? You guys were meeting?
Yeah, we were just finishing up our certification for first aid and medical and what have you. I have successfully thrown so much information at the two of these folks that they probably want to drown themselves.
No,
For
I'm
practice.
gonna need to study
Yes.
daily and just
I will
have
take
notes.
a trip. I will take a trip to Saint Denis and see if I can get duplicates of Miss Amber's book here that she's kindly put together.
Yeah, it's definitely a big read, but once you do have it in your grimy little mittens, you'll be able to go ahead and learn quite a lot from it, because I got a lot of procedures that you probably won't ever even have to do in there. Which again, please don't do anything that you didn't ask me to teach you, because holy shit, that would be bad.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if any case, are we gonna hire more like local doctors to kind of help, especially with more severe procedures in case no one's around?
That is something that Natalie and I have been tossing around. The thing is, though, that local doctors over in the crossing are real swamped. So poaching them is going to be a real difficult situation. But we can see what we can do.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm just afraid, like, now that you're saying it and something does happen, someone needs to have, like, I don't know, like, implant a metal bracket inside their bones kind of deal. You know, I'm definitely not going to be able to do that.
Jeez,
Yeah,
I mean,
or if
there's
I just don't want to serve someone,
a certain
I
point where
shouldn't have their life in my hands.
it might make sense just to ship people back to the crossing if it's like something hyper specialized like metal implants, lordy.
Precisely. Anything that's going to be super severe is something we're going to have to bring them back for. But sometimes, you know, there won't be any Garda members available, in which case that's going to be an awkward little situation until we are able to get some hands over here if we can.
It's fine. Everything will be fine.
Yeah, we'll get things figured out. Folk don't get injured too often around here. It's mostly snake bites and what have you.
That's true.
And
Well,
contusions.
snake bites and gunfights.
Gunshot wounds, snake bites, concussion, like falling, hitting your head, and drowning, I think, are
Yeah,
probably
like cliff
sunburn
falls.
and heat exhaustion. I feel like those are the main things that we have to worry about here. Stepping on something, maybe foreign body, like, you know.
Oh, like a sea urchin wading out into the
Yeah,
water.
something like that probably might be something we have to worry about. But those are all things we can teach you and we can handle. But, you know, in the event that somebody falls and breaks a bone that is, you know, more intense than you can handle, or they've lost blood, then you're gonna need somebody a little bit more knowledgeable. But I'm full confidence that Dr. Sage here will be able to prep you for anything that you might typically run across on the island.
Yeah. It's going to be a process. There are going to be a lot of things we're going to have to teach you. But on the bright side, none of it's like brain surgery, so you're going to be okay.
Well, that's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. Who wants to learn brain surgery, right?
But what if it's like
That's
a
pretty cool.
situation where someone has like a branch stuck right inside their body?
Oh,
I would say leave them alone.
Well, that is something where if it is big enough, you would leave said object inside because
Okay.
the minute you pull that out, all the blood and guts and what have you are going to come pouring
Gushing
out.
out. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yep.
Hey, Jesus.
Okay. So just leave it and let. I mean, what would that have
Yes.
to? Would that be like a
Yes.
surgery?
That is most definitely a surgery.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
So okay. So just
If a hole is that
Leave it
big
to you.
inside someone, they are likely to die. So
yeah. Okay. All right.
yeah, either leave that to me. In some cases, I will not even be able to do anything because we won't have the equipment here.
Equipment. Yeah.
Yeah. So they are either A, gonna be held by me. B,
Okay.
gonna get shipped back to the crossing if at all possible. Or C, they are going to die.
So as long as like we keep them stable
Yes.
and I don't touch that area, but like, I mean, if they fall like unconscious or if they end up in a coma of some
You
state.
would want to essentially, if like somebody's got something that large inside
Okay.
them, right? You would want to essentially wrap and secure the area so that
Okay.
whatever it is they've got in them does not move.
Should we like cut off the edges of
Yes.
the
Yes.
in case if it's like too long?
Yeah. So for example, like it's similar to how you would treat like an arrow wound, right? So you would cut off the ends there in order to basically prevent it from kind of like poking everywhere. But this is actually something I did want to bring up. For example, let's say somebody got shot by an arrow.
Yeah.
You do not
But-
want to yoink that out of them if it is, like, for example, fully through, or, you know, if it is one of them Rendon arrows. You want to make sure that you're real careful with how you remove it. So if, you know, there's the arrowhead still stuck inside or it's on the opposite side. If it's on the opposite side, it's coming out of them. You want to go ahead and break that off, and then you can remove it safely.
Move it safely. But if it's inside, just stuck, then
But if it is a Rendon arrow, for example, or if it's got like the edges there that you can't easily pull it out, you will have to make an incision. This fella is crazy. You'll have to make an incision basically to kind of make it so that it won't cut what's around it. That way, so for example, if you yoink it, you don't know if that's gonna go ahead and just ruin all the tissue. But if you make incisions, then it'll be a lot safer because you are controlled in how much of the tissue gets cut. And it's not like a difficult to stitch up wound because you didn't rip out flesh and what have you. Because that's the point of those arrows. They are to cause as much damage as possible.
God, yeah. I mean, especially if it's stuck. That wouldn't be good.
Not to completely derail, but that's how I realized that wasn't Charlie, because I would eat my hat if I saw Charlie running around like that with a box.
Oh my god.
You should have seen him trying to climb up the hill to get to the
He doesn't
lemons.
wear a hat,
Need
does
to
he?
grab some supplies from the fort over there.
What?
I said I'm about to leave and walk on the beach, and I'm letting you guys know why.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Have
Hey, do you
you
need us to
leaving
check
her,
up on
Bert?
you soon?
Like this.
Okay, bye.
Oh,
I'm putting
I'll
this
be
in my
back.
Thank
thought
you.
journal.
Thank you for helping me.
I'm walking. I'm coming back. I'm not moving. I'm just grabbing some stuff.
I thought that was like, I thought he was trying to tell us if I don't come back in a certain amount of time, please look for me
Yeah,
or
that's
something.
what that felt like. That felt like a please avenge me.
And as far as like, bullet extractions and things like that, do we have to be really careful of like the
Yes.
bullet, like
Hi, baby. Hi, baby.
I don't know,
Hey,
let's
hey,
say
hey,
if
hey,
like
hey,
the bullet hits the chest
Chibi.
area.
Chibi.
Okay, so in terms of
She's going
removal of
crazy.
things, so
Okay.
it's going to be similar
get
for
her bully,
like
I'll be right
animal
back.
bites, bullets, things like that.
Okay.
If anything at all is lodged, debris, if like a fang is stuck in it, you want to make sure that you clear the area entirely before you stitch someone up. So in the case of a bullet, sometimes bullets will fragment and they'll lodge into the surrounding tissue, or sometimes the bullet will lodge into, an organ or something like that. You want to be as careful as possible trying to pull that out with your tweezers, right? Sometimes it will not go ahead and allow you to pull that out because it's going to be stuck. You give it a couple more tries. If that don't work, you don't want to pull too hard because again, it's a similar idea to the arrowhead, right? You don't want to destroy the flesh.
Right.
You don't want to do more damage than you have to. So
Yeah.
in that case, we would have to make an incision in order to allow for there to be the space for it to be pulled out with ease.
And
then,
if it's too close to like an important like vein area, or if it's like closer to the bone,
well,
can we still perform extraction, or will we have to just
Yes.
leave it in there?
So the issue with leaving bullets inside of someone, sometimes they're like, for example, if it gets lodged in a skull or something,
Yeah,
that
I
is
mean
a
that would
very specialized surgery.
that's definitely not something that I would really ever know.
Yeah. So that being said, when it comes to that, you will need to get that bullet out. Otherwise, folks will die of lead poisoning over time. If you don't feel confident handling it, you can stitch someone up and then send them to the crossing to get treatment, or send them to me. If you are
I mean,
very
yeah,
genuinely
I would
scared.
prefer to
Yeah.
to give that to you, but
That being said, when you do remove bullets, it may cause damage to the surrounding tissue. It could cause a nick, it can cause all sorts of things. These are just things that happen. We're only human when we do these procedures. Mistakes will happen.
yeah.
Even to this day, I have a lot of experience under my belt, and I still make mistakes. And
No,
a
we
lot
all
of them,
do.
yeah, a lot of them are not even something that I personally could have helped, right?
Right.
So when we remove these things, there are obviously going to be certain areas you got to stitch back up. So
Sure.
if it is close to an artery, you best damn well make sure before you remove that you've got clean arterial clamps. Because if it does nick the artery and you got them ready to go, you can immediately get to stitching it.
Okay.
We want to be preemptive in our treatments so that, should something go wrong, then you can respond immediately. So clean your gear, get things ready to go, etc.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. And like I'll most likely, periodically talk to you about like more advanced treatments and things like that, just like down the line, because I would like to know, at least to like know.
Yeah,
Obviously,
certainly.
I'm not gonna allow myself to take on that responsibility of, in case something bad happens to someone that I personally cannot treat, that you can. I'd still like to just be there and just, learn as much as I
Yeah.
can, because I prefer having enough information until I'm ready enough to like, take on the responsibility.
Well, that's exactly why, for example, the SCDH handles things the way that they do. They make their trainees observe as much as possible without doing the more advanced things, right? So, um, surgeries and things like that are also typically done in pairs. So,
Right. Yeah.
any
Yeah.
assistance during procedures is always welcome, regardless
Okay.
of if you want to watch to learn or if you're just trying to help out.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
And then my next final question is, what if someone dies on this island?
Okay. So, there are a variety of things that come into play here. Whether or not they are a Gorman citizen. Obviously, if they are from Gorma, they're likely going to be taken care of here. We'll bury them, cremation, whatever their wishes are. But if they are a citizen of the Crossing, the goal is going to be to try and get them to the Crossing as quickly as possible, because we don't have the facilities to maintain bodies long. We don't have any sort of an undertaker, etc.
In the right climate for it either.
No, certainly not. Bodies deteriorate and get real nasty over here real quick. So the goal will be to try and get the body out of here as quickly as possible in whatever variation. Someone does die and they are a citizen of the Crossing. Obviously, we want to get it back. We want to get them back to their families. So we would, take them over there, give the individual over to the health department over there, let them know who it was, give them any of our, information that we feel comfortable giving them, because they will likely, perform their own sort of autopsy to confirm death and what have you. They're very particular about how they do things. They're not just going to say, for example, if you or I came up to them and I say, hey, I'm a doctor over in Guarma. This person died at this time. They'll take that information, but they still want to confirm themselves for the official death certificate over there. So yeah, we want to deliver it to the folks in Sanity and let the medical department know that we have delivered a body from Guarma, who it is, etc.
Okay.
Yeah, and then they'll get in touch with their next of kin and stuff, because they got that on file.
Sure.
Very good question, though, because that is an unfortunate reality of this place.
Yeah, I mean, we've already had several deaths on the island, and I know that they were not residents. I mean, I think besides Jim, but mainly some weren't residents, and I thought that I'd just ask.
Yeah, getting any deceased to their families is going to be the biggest thing.
Okay. And then the whole, next of kin idea, would we want to start asking for the residents that do live on the island?
Yeah,
Yeah, we
certainly.
already
Okay.
talked about this. Yeah, we're
Right,
gonna
okay.
go ahead and compile that. So we're gonna do 2, and we need to make sure we get their telegram numbers and where they live, if they live here on the island, or if their
In the Crossing?
next of kin is in the Crossing. Yep.
Okay.
Probably known allergies as well.
Might as well while we're right there.
Be the written consent to be moved, if that's what you were still thinking, Nat. Which, by the way, I consent. All of you, just in case you need to move me, go for it. I'll write it down too, but...
Yeah, this is good to figure out what we're going to, ask when we go and get this information. It's all very good.
All right. So how successfully overwhelmed are you two?
I'm gonna need to do a bit more
Some reading.
studying. Yeah.
Yeah, and again, we'll do some courses. We'll do some suturing courses to get you a little bit more refined in your skills.
Okay.
We'll also do some multiple down scenarios. Get some folks
okay.
from the island to kind of play dead and assume some injuries and what have you.
Don't fall in the fire.
Oh.
That was very fucking close, Natalie.
Sorry.
We almost had a toasty Natalie over here.
Melted the boot. Well, this was very good.
I'm glad
Thank
you
you
think
for
so.
this.
I realize it's a lot at once, so we are going to be working on refining things. You are the unfortunate souls who got hit with everything at once because we're trying to get you certified quick.
Yeah. Well, that's okay. I mean, I think it's better that we know all of this now and then just do our own little studying over the course of time,
Oh,
because it'll get easier for us as is we take in this information and then use it accordingly whenever we need to.
And like Natalie said, she's gonna work on getting the printing presses to give us a couple copies.
Yep.
Maybe keep it on your person, or if it's too heavy, you know, we'll have it in all of the facilities that we typically will be working. With that being said, what else
And
are they
you'll be
supposed to
able
go
to review
through
it
at the
anytime.
moment? Have they been through any of the trainings, like the firearms one or whatnot?
Nope,
Or are we still
not
waiting?
yet.
That storm hit, so we weren't able to. And I haven't seen Stone since yet to grab him, but hopefully soon.
Weren't there like a couple other people that could provide us with the
So
That-
I asked for Stone and I asked for somebody else as well, but I want them both. It is important to me that you have somebody from the Saints Crossing Law Department, and then you have somebody who has fought the Saints Crossing Law Department.
Okay. All right.
So I'd like both perspectives for you, if possible. Just because I feel like that is the best way to be trained, is if you have that kind of knowledge.
Yeah, we also gotta do
Where the
the
fuck
search
is
and
it?
rescue stuff too.
Yeah,
That's gonna be a
exactly.
work in progress, I think.
There he goes.
Yeah, I'm not expecting us to ever have to fight the Saints Crossing Law Department, but I think knowledge cannot hurt.
I would imagine anyone who has the capacity to wield a gun could be somebody that you may have to shoot at someday. That's how I imagine it.
Kind of how I look at it. Like you know, you never know when somebody from the Saints Crossing Sheriff's Department quits and, you know, does become an issue or comes to Gorma. I just feel like the more information that you have, the better off you will be.
Or if
and
they
I
try to
want to make
force
sure
an next the place.
You are as prepared as possible. But my brain is shutting down. So if we are done for the day, it's okay. It's just Tuesdays are
That's a little hard.
it's
Exhausted.
brutal for me. Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, same.
No, don't
Thank you
apologize.
for
It's
being
okay.
here, though.
Oh,
I really appreciate
absolutely.
it.
It
I
was a
really
lot
like
of
it when
fun.
we all come together because I know that you two are always very busy.
Yeah, that being said, we are working on getting the actual full-on uniform sorted in terms of, you know, the bandanas and what different colors and stuff represent what, who's going to be wearing what exactly. Obviously, I got mine done today, but I am going to have to go back and get that organized. But I'll probably make that into a trip where I grab supplies, too, for us.
Okay.
So that might be in a couple of days before we get everything sorted.
If
That's
you'd
it.
like,
Pick up some of that heroin.
if you'd like to have company, I'm more than happy to assist you if you need anything, or if
Yeah,
you'd like
sure thing.
if you like someone to be there.
Yeah, I'll let you know when I'm doing it. I'm not sure exactly what day I'm planning on it.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
I always have, you know, my letterbox, but we can always communicate in the offices as well.
Perfect, yeah. I actually gotta get my box set up.
We have a box. It just I had the old. I just moved my old notice, but I just need a notebook, and then I will update it so it says Amber
perfect.
and Natalie. But I got us a box already.
Natalie, did you ever get Vivian's gift?
Vivian's gift?
Yeah.
I don't
she,
think so.
She brought you a gift of peaches.
I don't think I got.
Like here, I think it's here. I think it's
That was just Smedley, by the way, making rum.
one of the
Oh,
boxes
okay.
there. I think
Oh,
she did.
okay.
She did place it for you.
Oh, perfect. Well, then I just probably haven't seen it yet because I came straight here. Oh, that's exciting. That's what I will tell people. I don't need to be paid in gold bars. Just pay me in Lemoyne peaches.
That's gonna be a lot of peaches, though.
Mm-hmm. I'm okay with it.
How's your cat? Lemon
Very
Lime?
good. Very good.
The cutest
Very good.
fucking cat I've ever seen in my life. But like,
Lemon
how is
love.
he? How is he like dealing with the humidity?
Not so great. I think I'm going to have to give him like a haircut. I'm going to have to,
No,
like,
is he gonna be like
he's probably going to hate
short
it.
haired? Like,
Yes, he's probably going to hate it.
Give him a mohawk.
That might be fun.
you can make him a little lion.
Could make him a little
All the other
lion.
parts of the body are shaved except like the head and the little end of the tail.
Little tail. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
and
give him
the,
little
and
boots.
the feet.
Oh, that would be
Yeah.
cute.
I also think it might end up hating you
Yeah.
if that were to
if
be
I
done.
do that. You think
Maybe.
so?
Well, cat, I feel like cats are like me. They don't like people telling them what to do. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Oh,
Amber, what's your favorite animal?
my favorite animal?
Mm-hmm.
I think owls.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a good answer.
Yeah, they're very cute. They're also vicious as fuck.
I know that they could turn their heads all the way around.
Yeah, I wish I could do that.
Please don't practice. I don't know how to treat a snap neck.
Okay, my friends, I go rest now, and maybe
Okay.
cuddle with lemon loaf and make some tea. And I will go
Alright.
probably this week to go see about the printing press.
Yeah, maybe we make that into a trip to get the uniforms 100% finalized too.
Yep.
Should we
That
all
sounds
just
good.
take a
Yeah.
trip?
Yeah, we'll all
Yeah.
go.
Yeah,
That'll
I
be
mean,
good.
if you'd like to come and get it all sorted, we can do that. I'm pretty
No, I
sold,
can't.
I think. I think I was showing Amber some fabric earlier today, and I think we're pretty set on the last details, so I think we should be good. It shouldn't be too difficult,
Yeah.
but this is the last time, I promise.
Yeah, it's essentially going to be mostly the same, except we're going to alternate out like colors for different air quotes departments within Garda. So medics are going to have one color of the what is it? A mask.
The bandana, yeah,
the
the
bandana,
bandana
thank you.
mask thing. Yep. That's
Yeah.
okay, my brain
Then
is also shut off.
Garda members and then recruits, because Garda in general is going to be specializing in search and rescues and helping folks anyhow.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
Okay.
All
Have a
right.
good night.
Oh, here, let me accompany you so I can give you
Oh,
that
sure.
flank.
Oh, yes, okay. All right, good night, everybody.
Hey, did you see that Aurelia around?
She was here. She followed that. I mean, she walked that way. That's all.
Oh, but she's around still?
I think so. Yeah.
All right. I told her I'd show her around. Yeah, that's fucking bats, man.
Oh, we found the cave yesterday.
You found the cave?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's a rumor about that cave. That in
What's the
the
rumor?
pitch blackness, if all the lights are blown out, you can hear things splashing around in the water. Isn't that spooky?
So spooky.
Honestly,
Did you just hear the boat?
it was. Yeah, I did.
Oh,
hear the
look
boat.
at that. My hearing's not complete garbage.
Yeah, we saw. I mean, I think if you shoot the lanterns inside the cave, it goes pitch black.
I've done it. I've heard the splash. Hold on, let me grab Amber.
Oh. Julius.
How you been?
The busy, obviously, as you could tell.
That's good, though. That's good. There's a lot of useful skills you're learning out here.
Yeah. I mean, it's a lot, but I'm going to have to do a little bit of studying going forward.
No, what is it? The sun's coming up. Do you want to get a drink?
Ooh. Okay. Yeah, sure.
I was suggesting going up towards Omens and look around for Aurelia on the way.
Yeah, drink sounds lovely.
Hold on, give me... Oh, I guess I'll just finish this later.
Yeah, you can come on, but I mean, we can give you a moment if you like.
No, I've been doing this thing where I ask everyone's favorite animal, and then I start kind of like whittling their favorite animal so they can carry it around with them. Yeah. I gave Boone his because his favorite is a gorilla. And then Natalie's a turtle, so I made one for her, and then I'm making one for Amber, so she has one. And then, I mean, what's your favorite animal?
I gotta think about it.
Okay.
Probably a peacock.
A peacock?
No.
That's gonna be so hard to
Very
make.
herby.
Maybe. They have a very interesting sound to make, so that's good.
Can you mimic it?
Yeah, it's like this.
Oh wow.
That's
Nailed
completely
it.
accurate too.
Wow,
It
that is
is.
very accurate.
Herbert, is this a hidden talent that I ain't aware of? You're really good at imitating bird calls.
No, I just used to live by a guy who owned peacocks, so you'd hear him all the time in his yard. Nobody cares about the peahens.
That's what you were what?
The
That was your
peahens.
neighbor?
Yeah, my neighbor had them in his yard.
Interesting. Very, very interesting.
Hey, kitty cat.
All right, let's go get.
Did oh yeah, Dr. Sage is coming up. Let's go see. You okay, Doctor?
Amber. Oh, she's not.
No. It's alright. Then I can just continue. I'll wait for her. It's fine.
Sorry, guys. I'm trying to wolf down my food real quick.
Oh, heads up for both of you all. If you see that that fire out there at that spot, that means Garda people are around. So if you need us or something.
Sorry about that.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Whoa.
That's good to know.
Ugh,
These bats.
I can badly take it.
Huh.
So where are you taking me? Okay.
Does Trench only have one voice? No, he has multiple voices.
Probably gonna get some rest soon.
I feel like Herbie and Oglethorpe sound different to me. I mean, they're both clearly Trench, but I think they're different ones. But he has other characters that sound way different.
I said I'd give her a tour.
He's actually a very talented voice
Oh,
actor,
yeah,
in my
We
opinion.
treated her earlier.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody was around. I did surprisingly well for stitching up. I'm sure she's got a big nasty scar, but man, oh man,
Yeah,
did
I
she
had
stop
to.
bleeding? That was very surprising for me.
Well, that's very good. They were not bad. Gotta work
Oh,
on
listen.
your alignment of the stitches, though. They were kind of lopsided.
This lady was bleeding all over the place. I found her on the beach. I wrapped her up in gauze. I ran to look for help. I came back.
Is it me, or does his pants look like it's like winking at you?
I wrapped this lady up like a mummy.
I'll see it. I'll see it. You see faces and everything, don't you?
I
Yeah,
really, it's
no.
only in this island.
And I
did
didn't,
good.
I didn't,
Okay.
I didn't stitch her up, so I
Okay.
figured if I had wrapped it tight enough, it might hold some of it.
Well, pressure does allow for heavy bleeding to stop sometimes.
Good thinking.
So she's trying to do it herself with her hands.
Oh God.
That's
while she lay
sad.
on the beach. Yeah, she was just right by the camp over
Oh.
there.
That's a sad image. Dr. Sage, if you could just write up a little bit of what you did, you can pass me a note on that, and then I can just close up that that treatment case.
Certainly. She's gonna need a couple days to get the stitches officially out. I had to
Oh,
redo
okay.
some of them, because she had a couple of parts on it that needed to be stitched up again because it wasn't aligned proper.
Okay. Just figure, if we can get ourselves like a solid, extensive, medical thing, we can. If there's ever complications, we can always trace it back to what it might have been and earn and stuff.
Yeah, certainly. Certainly.
Herbie, I must say, it looks like your ass is just winking at us.
Oh, the pockets.
Like the.
Wink, wink, wink.
Oh, I thought you meant the other thing. I was like, wow, you could see me doing that with my pants?
Wait, what?
The brown eye.
Should I be flattered?
Noise too, like a ding.
I want to be around.
Yeah, I
you.
can hear it over here.
And you're in the front too, just crop dusting away, huh?
I'm not releasing anything. It's just a muscle flexing.
Yeah, I mean it's also kind of hot out, so it's probably sweating. It's making
more
like the squeaking noises. You know, like when your pits are like they're kind of like moist, and then you can make those little sounds with it.
Yeah. Or
Wait,
you're
wait,
back
wait.
with me.
I'm very sensitive about an invading force inside my body of any type, so
Indeed.
I've strengthened my muscles for defensive purposes. I could open a beer bottle with this thing.
Damn right you could.
That is quite impressive.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it. That's not a place I want
Yeah,
to
you
pitch
might-
it,
you
but
might
I
cut
could in
Kip.
a pinch.
Literally, you'll
If you
binge
had
it.
I will. If I open it in a pinch. It's too powerful. There's too much risk of the glass breaking.
Oh God, I hate this.
Well, no, I don't want to tell you that story.
Yeah,
You
don't.
wanna hear
Please
it.
do not.
Oh, you
Well,
know
I
what?
had an-
I'll meet y'all up there. I'm gonna grab some cigars.
Alrighty.
I just realized it was gonna be so sad if I didn't have cigars again. Some distinction there. I heard him do the Russian guy the other day. It was completely different. I think it was Russian. I think it was Russian Spice Breath. He does a great Russian. Julius actually worked with his Russian ages ago. Back when I was still pretending to be a civilian. The first time around. I love how we have to specify that now. But there was a point where like Julius had befriended them. We did like a job. I think we robbed a bank together. And we were walking out of Valentine with Lily and Ophelia. And his Russian guy comes up to me. And I wish I remembered his name, but his Russian guy comes up to me and goes... something like, oh, Julius, my best friend kind of thing. And then like said something to them like, oh, we do job together. And of course, Lily and Ophelia are like, Julius, you want to explain what you're talking about? That this Russian guy who's a very well-known criminal is so fond of you? And Ophelia's gone. Ophelia is one of B's characters. Ophelia hasn't been around in a really long time, but Lily is still around. And I'm really excited to get more RP with Shell on Lily because yeah, Lily 100% still holds that against Julius, that he was pretending to be a good guy and was really robbing banks on the low. Yeah, Julius said to be like, we ran into each other. We're friends. We didn't work together. I don't know what he's talking about. You play your other characters often. I saw a list somewhere of Wild RP characters and your name was attached to a couple others. Right now, no, not at all. Right now, I basically just play Julius. I do Ortega for, like, staff stuff. Like, I do, like, the gun auctions, things like that. When Julius goes to jail, if I have time, I'm going to try to do a lot of editing during that time. But if I have extra time, I might play Ortega for a few sessions. We'll see. He's a deputy marshal. But I feel like in order for me to best progress with the story the way I want to, I kind of got to focus on one character, especially when it's going well, right? You know, kind of like strike when the iron's hot kind of thing. And so I'm pretty focused on Julius right now. Did I beat them up here? How did I beat them up here? That makes no sense. Did I walk past them somewhere? This makes no sense. How did I beat that? Damn it. Oh, I was just gonna sit there. Okay, whatever. Where the hell did they go? They're not here. Coming in to lurk from Scrump. Just want to say hi. Hi, Smuggaloof. Hello. Welcome, everybody. I hope we're having an awesome night. I don't know where the fuck everybody went. How did I miss them? Like, I must have just walked past them somehow. Where did they go? Oh. Oh. I really like this spot. I need to have, like, an important meeting here sometime. Like, look at that view. It's incredible. And it's nice and, like, a little secluded from the rest of Omens. Nobody could sneak up on you here. You have conversation. Ain't nobody gonna listen in. Appreciate the dedication to Jules. I'm still learning Wild RP. Found it through Middle Ditch, and I'm now hooked. Thank you for all you do to keep us entertained. Spice Breath, thank you guys so much for just enjoying the survey. Whoa, I'm still out of it. Enjoying the streams, enjoying the role play, the stories, supporting everybody. I'm so glad Thomas found the server and he's enjoying it. Scrump is an absolute delight. One of my favorite characters, and I'm not just saying that. Like, he's truly... I'm so happy every time I run into him. And every time we got... God, the fact that I got to bring him on that crazy bank job. I wish he didn't fall off the boat. That's literally my only regret about that job, is that the boat we went on was so buggy. Because when I practiced it, it wasn't buggy like that. So I'm really sad it was buggy. And I'm really sad that Scrump fell off the boat. But, I mean, other than that, it was incredible. It was incredible. Yeah, best goddamn lockpick in the East. I love that he got away. Like, it's sad that he didn't get to see the rest of the gunfight, but he got some of the gunfight at least, and he got away, which is cool. Right there's a lot of good. There's a lot of good that came out of it, and the next grand heist we do, hopefully he'll be okay. He didn't know what key to press to get back on. No. Oh no. But like, I love that. I love that Foley got to rescue him. Like, there was so much cool shit that happened anyways. Man was pressing E. Yeah. I don't know. I thought it was great. I'm glad that he at least got to fight a little bit with us before he fell off. It's not very intuitive that you had to press space. Yeah. Oh no, it's not. It's not. There's a lot of like little nuances like that in the game that are not super intuitive. We almost won the gunfight too. It was Butch was in a bad position. He got lit up, and then Isabella ran out of ammo, and then it was just me and Roxanne. No, I think Roxanne went down earlier. I don't know if she was in a bad position or what happened there. Yeah, Riley fell off too. Yep. That was the thing. We were down, so we were 4 versus 6, and we took out 3 of them. We took out a whole boat's worth of people. If we had a little bit more ammo and a little better positioning, I think we might have won that fight. But I'm kind of glad we didn't. I think it was cool for the story that we didn't. It's cool for the story that we got the big escape, you know. We got to, like, massively... Julius went down honorably. Kind of. I don't know if abandoning your shot down friends and trying to float away is super honorable, but I'll take it. I really debated just trying to fight it out to the very end, but I was like, no, there was still like 3 of them up. And I was like, there's no way. Yep. Yeah. I was like, I can't take on 3 of them by myself. I also absolutely love that I didn't shoot down Finn, that I tackled him off the boat. Because Julius loves Finn. He loves Finn, and it was so sad when we had the big reveal in the cells, and Huxley was like, "Julius, no!" And then we had that really cute moment where Huxley was like, "I was so scared," and Julius was like, "I was so scared too. I'm sorry we shot at you." Like, that was so much fun to do that roleplay with him. I didn't bring more because I thought it'd be holding items from the bank. I didn't want to be too heavy. Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell Bill. I was like, bullets, bandages, cocaine gum. But like with weight, there's only so much you can bring. Honestly, that's the hard part about that strategy, is that you can't transfer things away because of, like, to help with weight. So it makes that strategy difficult. Told everyone to stop shooting when us and Hux were on the boat. I know. I was, like, debating trying to hold him hostage, but I was like, I don't think a hostage is going to work in the middle of a shootout kind of thing. And then we were trying to get him to stop shooting, but he wouldn't stop, and that's when I just tackled him right off the boat, which is so awesome. I love that I tackled him. I didn't even shoot him down. I'm working on a video. I've rendered it like 5 times now. Oh, smug, that's the worst. I tried to render a new intro video, and I fucked something up because it's like glitching out at 45 seconds in. So we're gonna work on it. Tomorrow, maybe over lunch. We'll see. Rendering is such a pain in the ass. But yeah, I love Scrump. I really hope that there's no OOC sadness on Thomas's part regarding that whole thing, because he was awesome. It was brilliant roleplay. I think everyone had an amazing time, even with the bugs and the scuff and all that. It was a shockingly fair fight. Honestly, instead of going for the second boat, if we had stayed on our boat, it might have worked. If we just stayed on our boat and took out the other boat, because we had the better cover, even with the slippery deck. But, you know, I think the next time we do a boat job, we're going to use the actual ferry would be the way to do it. I love the idea of something like we take the ferry to the casino boat, we disembark there, and then, like, the law comes to us and we have a shootout in the casino boat or something. I don't know. I'm still, like, trying to logic it through in my head. Or maybe, like, we take the boat close enough to shore. This is another idea, too. We take the boat close enough to shore so that the law has a shootout shooting us while we're on the boat, like that mission from the Moonshine mission in Red Dead. That would be fucking sick. Like, having, like we stick close enough to shore where they stay on shore instead of following us in a boat. Oh, now that I'm thinking that through, that would be really cool. I'm like really trying to logic through, like, could we get a train going at the same time so the law's on the train and we're on the boat? Could we do something just like the mission? But that's probably a little too ambitious. I think we could do the boat near shore, where they have a shootout with us from the shoreline. I think we could do that. I have an idea for a train job, too. Have you been playing on Wild RP long? I have been playing on Wild RP since the day it launched. This is a slightly embarrassing but hilarious story, especially coming from someone who now plays a deputy marshal and is, like, involved on the staff end with law stuff. That was May 2020. It was a couple months into the pandemic. May 2020, I'm pretty sure. I think we're coming up on our 3-year anniversary. What else? Yeah, so this is a fun tank fact. I was the first person ever kicked off of the law team because I screwed up. It was like day 3 of the server, and I accidentally NVL'd. I ran away from a gun that was pointed at me, and I got kicked off of law. and I was very sad. And then after a month, I reapplied for law. And eventually, I was able to rejoin and what's the word? Redeem myself. This is the tank redemption arc. Okay, let's see if Delilah's back around. Yep, that's my claim to fame. The first person ever kicked off of the law team. I joked about how I was one of the first, like, major rule breaks on the server, and now I write the rules. God damn it, Herbie. I heard gunfire, and I assumed the worst again for a second. Before I remember that y'all just shoot guns in the air sometimes.
It is the waste. I have arrived. I'm just having drinks.
You know, I know. I saw know what was up here, so I figured I'd have myself a little smoke first.
Jules,
Hey, howdy there.
how are you?
I am quite all right, all things considered.
Enjoy. Can I get you something to drink?
Yeah, that'd be lovely.
Alright.
Yeah, this is Omens. This is a beautiful, beautiful bar. This is all courtesy of Boxhead. None of this stuff exists in the base game. Yeah, emote actually doing things. Just give me a whiskey-based cocktail.
This is brand new, never made before.
Really now?
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
What
Enjoy.
what inspired a new drink?
Mountain goats are tricky to get your hands on. This is a magic mountain goat. If you don't catch it before it climbs its way onto the mountain, good luck.
I see, very fitting.
Mm. Good to see you.
Well, that is lovely.
Glad you like it.
It's good to see you.
Did we have a quick chat?
Sure. Oh, sure, it's
Can I
good.
get you something else, Boone?
Yeah, actually.
What can I get for you? Oh, I'm gonna step away with Jules for a second, but right after I will. Oh, sure. Yeah, of course.
So, shit, it's been a minute. How you been?
It has been a minute. I've been recovering all right. You?
I have been busy, to say the least. Making the most of my time, I guess, for better and for worse. Shoulder healed up all right, so that's good.
Good. I'm happy to hear that. Things have been strangely quiet here for the most part. For the most part, anyway.
Yeah, I know Edgar's been having all sorts of people back and forth from the castle, but it seems like it's all fairly contained, at least for the time being.
Yes, the meeting went all right. There's a lot of talk. Good things, I think, for the island. Mentioned the currency. Mentioned trade. I think he's really trying to do an export-import thing. So, really did seem like he wanted to put things behind him, but I don't know.
I did hear that you and two spent a lot of time talking, a lot of time sizing each other up, I guess. So, hope all that's alright. I mean, it's Edgar, but seems like at least the time being he don't want any harm, at least not by his own hands.
Well, I've told him multiple times now that I really do hope that he succeeds. And whatever is good for the island is good for me. I certainly can't be bothered with doing anything drastic. Not how I am unless I'm pushed into a corner, then maybe I will. You seem to be somewhat the same, Jules.
Yeah, you know, I don't like harming people unnecessarily, but when the time is right and it's me or them, well, I think people may be surprised at what I'm capable of.
What did you get up to in the crossing, Jules?
Where to begin? Well, since the last time I saw you, I found out that the law have been asking about me, right? Questioning folk, asking where I spend my time, who I ride with, that sort of thing, right? So I knew they were sniffing about. And, well, long story short, there was this particular file the law had a long time ago. Back when I was first discovered out here. Had some personal information on it. So, I figured they hadn't found it or they'd be sniffing around a lot harder. So I hired some folks to retrieve it. That did not work. I fucked out of a lot of money for that one, for absolutely no goddamn gain, but yeah, so it goes sometimes. Well, a couple days after that, we had ourselves a bank job planned, and it is quite the story. I know you said brief chat. If we're going to go through this whole thing, it ain't going to be a brief
That's
chat.
all right. I don't mind.
Okay. So, for the longest time, I had this idea of what if you did a bank job where you escape via watercraft, right? People have done that before with the small little, tugboats, that sort of thing, right? But I watch these big old steamboats go in circles around Flatiron Lake, and I thought to myself, what would happen if somebody tried to use one of those to get away from the bank, right? So I did some testing, right? Tried taking a boat alongside it, sneaking on board. Everything seemed right as goddamn rain. So I tell my crew, I say, look, this is a dangerous plan, and it is risky, but it's something that ain't nobody done before, right? And admittedly, I am partial to breaking new ground sometimes, as it were, right? But I told them the plan, and they were on board, so I said, let's do this thing. And you know what? It went so smooth up until the very end.
What happened?
Well, we get to Blackwater, we get into the bank, we clean it out like the goddamn professionals we are, right? And we are on our way out. And we tell the law, we say, look, we're going to go to our vehicle. It's on the north side of town. We don't need a shootout in town. Nobody's got to get hurt. We're going to go there, and then y'all do your jobs, right? But that's the only thing we ask, that you let us get to our vehicle, and they agree. Now, on the north side of town, there was a wagon facing west like it's going to ride out of Blackwater, right? But what they did not realize was that behind that wagon, out in the water, we had a little boat stashed. So we just run right past the wagon into the boat, get ourselves gone. They yelled at us, try to get us to stop. Right, but at that point, it's too late. We take that boat right out onto the lake. Now, at this point, we thought we were in the clear for a bit. We see them trying to get a boat of their own, but we're so far ahead of them, right? I think we got away. Next thing we know, though, we see some of them on the shore. They kept on their horses, and they followed us all the way around. So we get to that big old steamboat. We get ourselves boarded on, and take on down the Lanahatchee River. Eventually, the law get themselves on boats, and they catch up to the big old steamboat we're on, and the lovely back and forth. We try to convince them, look, nobody needs to get shot today. Nobody needs to drown today, right? You turn your boats around. We'll be out of your hair, and you can find us another day, right? But they are very insistent. They are just tailing us and tailing us. And the last step of our plan was once we passed Grand Corrigan, Sister Corrigan out in the river, we was going to jump off the boat, swim there, and then get picked up by a friend of ours. And we realized, of course, that...
Very clever.
Yeah, I'd like to think so. But we realized, of course, that these deputies, they're following us way too close, so there's no way we're going to be able to swim to the Corrigan. So we talk it over amongst ourselves, try if there's any way we can get out of this, and it just... No, there's no way. They're going to shoot us down the moment we try to board the Corrigan. So we agree. It's time for us to start shooting. Hopefully we take out 1, 2, something like that. They decide to bring their wounded back to shore, and they don't continue pursuing us.
Right.
So, thus began a hell of a naval battle. 2 boats full of deputies trailing us. We're hiding behind crates and behind the stern of the boat, right? Shooting at them. Eventually, 2 of ours end up falling off the goddamn boat, which was really unfortunate, but so it goes. As we're rounding past the Corrigan, a couple of the deputies actually stop their boat at the Corrigan, board the goddamn Corrigan, and they are shooting at us from the balcony, just desperate to take us down. Boat keeps going. We realize eventually that we're missing our chance, you see. We may not even get back to shore at this rate, especially if we go past the Corrigan. So they got their back on their 2 little boats following us. So I'm going to take one out and take that boat for ourselves. So we ended up shooting down one of the deputies. I didn't even see what happened there. We might have shot down 2 of them, honestly. Then we tried to board the boat. There was still one deputy, a fellow by the name of Finnegan Huxley, who unfortunately I know very well because he and his girlfriend visited Gorma once. And ended up tackling the bastard off the boat because he wouldn't stop shooting. So we commandeered their boat completely, and we're just firing back and forth with the other boat. Unfortunately, next thing I know, Butch gets shot down. Roxanne gets shot down. It's me and Isabella runs out of goddamn ammo. She gets shot down as well. It's just me. I lean over Roxanne saying, look, I don't know what the hell to do. There ain't no way I'm taking out 3 deputies on my own. She says, I'm gonna be fine. You do what you need to do. And I tell her, you know what? I'm gonna jump into the water, pretend like I got shot down, and see if there's any chance in hell I can float away.
Playing dead?
Well, unfortunately for me, the deputies caught on to that pretty fucking quick. And they followed me as I floated back to the core again. I tried to board, and the old whaler ends up clipping me in the goddamn shoulder. Luckily not the same shoulder. All the goddamn stars were aligned that night. Yep. He yells at me to stop. I tell him, I ain't gonna stop. Next thing I know is I'm boarding the damn boat. He shoots me down, right? Well, the law brings all of us back to Saint Denis and gets us all set up in the sheriff's office, right? And everybody else in my crew, I don't think the law had nearly as much on them, or they've been caught more recently or things like that, right? For me, I have been a busy man over the last few months, and I have racked up quite the laundry list of criminal activities. So, they bring me into one of them interrogation rooms, and they start asking me all about all these different jobs. What were you doing on December 18th and all this shit? And I figure out what the fuck happened when the office was broken into. Somebody must have taken my goddamn ledger because they had exact dates, all that thing. But again, only tied back to me, luckily. There wasn't enough on there to actually pin it on anybody else. But either way, I knew that the moment they took my fingerprints,
Does that matter to you?
Which part matter?
Them only pinning it on you?
Oh, no, not at all. If anything, that's advantageous because, I don't want my folks to spend more time in prison necessarily.
I see.
For me, I figured it was inevitable that it would get out. As a safe cracker, I ain't stupid. I know that my fingerprints that they've been using to round folk up these days are all over all those dials, right? There's only a matter of time till they start putting it all together. But, and this Sheriff Malone, who I really didn't know that well. I think he got shot down once when he and some folks tried to arrest me back when I was running with Summers, but I never knew this fella very well. But it was interesting. He is not the average deputy, I guess, right? He's asking me very pointed questions, very clever questions, right?
Clever how? Like trying to trap you? Or just well-informed questions?
It's a combination, I'd say, right? More that, right, he gets the back and forth, the sort of cat and mouse game we play, right? Which I don't see very often. Most of the time when deputies are questioning me, right, it's more just, did you do this? Were you involved? Did you see what happened? Right, that sort of thing. But some folk, Sheriff Cash, this Monty Malone right there, very good at asking questions in a way to try to either get you to slip up, get you to admit something you didn't mean to admit, that sort of thing. And I'm going into this with the intention of, they've got me anyways, right? They're asking questions about something that the moment they take my prints, they're going to know I was there. But it seemed like, of course, he was trying to gather more information to see the bigger picture, right? Because
That's fun.
yeah, no, it really was. I feel silly for getting so excited about it, but truly, there's so many times where I can go up to a deputy and they just, it doesn't even seem to register to them that something is strange, something is off, right? Let me back up. Goodness gracious, I'm all over the place. But there was a train job that I did ages ago with the Del Lobos, right? So the Del Lobos, they wanted to get some goods that were procured from various businesses around Saint Denis, right? Things like that. They wanted to get all these things that were stolen and get them out to the west to help rebuild, right? So food, medical supplies, lumber, that sort of thing, right? And they wanted some help getting this transported because the law was very much breathing down their necks at this point. So what we did is we rented a train legally from the Saints Crossing Transit Authority, right? We went stop by stop. I hired a second gang to pretend to run security, right? Help me load up these goods on the train, that sort of thing. And on our way to our supposed destination, of course, we never made it. My friends came out of the damn bushes at a train station, robbed us blind, and, maybe just happened to bring those goods over the Del Lobos, right? That sort of thing. And here's the thing. Marty was so close to figuring it out because he even said, I remember that day when you were with the Freemans, and they had been talking about how they wanted their revenge, right? They wanted to gut me like a fish for what I did to Summers. You see, the Freemans and Summers were very close right before he passed, was killed, I guess I should say. But that day when we ran into Marty, of course, they glared at each other, but they stayed on the train with me, right? And Marty commented how surprised he was that the Freemans decided not to make a move that day. I'm sure, starting to put together the pieces that train robbery was not quite what it seems.
Can you tell when he's getting close? Do you enjoy watching the gears turn, I suppose?
There is definitely a certain thrill to it, I guess, right? So many times, like I say, I talk to a deputy and it's like talking to a brick wall, right? Nothing's registering. They're just kind of going through the motions. I mean, the deputy I gave my statement to after all this was done, right, was a lovely woman by the name of Ed. And she just asked me the standard questions. Where were you? What happened? What was taken? All that. As the Freemans, who are a known criminal element, right? They weren't wanted at the time. That was, key to the plan. But a known gang were running my security, standing outside, complaining about how they got robbed, right? No questions. No, why on earth did you hire the Freemans for your security? How on earth did a gang get robbed, right? None of that. It was just, okay, here's a statement, go on your way. Yeah, I shouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth, right? It's good to be able to get away clean. I like not being in a goddamn prison cell, but
what's the point if you don't get to play the game?
Exactly. What does it mean if there's no risk? There's no intrigue. Nobody even knows what happened, right? Anyways, my friends tease me saying that I'm in love with Sheriff Cash, but truly what it is just that out of everybody in the department, he's one of the few who I feel like actually at least somewhat sees me. I don't think he quite sees the whole picture. I mean, now that I've been in a goddamn cell and been questioned, I'm sure that picture has been illustrated more, but he's always been the type to just needle. I think that's the word. He's always suspicious, yet friendly. but just enough where he knows that something ain't quite what it seems, and he can't quite put his finger on it. But he's trying. He asks the right questions, or makes the right comments, or
It's like a dance.
insinuates. Yes. It's like a goddamn waltz when I'm having conversations with that man.
I understand this desire to have a competent dance partner. Otherwise, what is the point?
It's hard, too. So many people are disappointment. I mean, Jesus Christ. I, not too long ago, went to this fancy cloak and dagger meeting. You ever heard of the syndicate?
Yes.
Well, you know, Cesareg and Santi and all of them, they have this idea that it is this, massively powerful organization and all that. Let's be honest, it's some businessmen, sure, who are looking out for their own goddamn interests and trying to use the folk of the East like pawns in their game, right? It's a load of shit. But sometimes I get some useful information, so for the time being, I've been playing nice. And at the most recent meeting, which I wasn't even sure I was going to show up to, but I had a friend of mine who's new to the business, new to the crossing in general, right? And I thought, what a better way for him to see what the game's like, what the game board looks like, than bringing him along to this meeting. With a bonus, with the fact that he was recently recruited by another gang, turned them down, and then came to me, right? A bit of, look who I've got in my corner. Yeah.
Do you know why he turned them down and went with you instead?
He found them to be too cold-blooded, I guess.
I see. Please continue. Didn't mean to interrupt.
No. I mean, I think it's an interesting topic as well. I wasn't expecting him to turn the other cheek. But here's what happened, right? Is that he meets this fella who does a similar song and dance to Summers, right? Where he's posturing, he's got his crew behind him, he's looking all tough, and he says, "Scrump, I'm gonna send you on a test, on a mission. You're gonna have to rob a Navy revolver from somebody by yourself." Now, when I ran into Scrump in Blackwater, he was beside himself, upset. He was saying, "I don't even know what a Navy looks like. They didn't have any Navy revolvers back home. I've never seen one. I've never robbed anybody. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I'm terrified. And this Wallaby kid is going to stick a knife in my belly if I don't figure this out." And I said, look, Scrump. We'll get you that gun. We'll help you steal it. Let you turn it into Wallaby, and then you do what you want to do, right? You want to run with him, you run with him. If you want something different, you can run with us. Sure enough, we found somebody, stole the Navy. He turned it into Wallaby. Told him thank you for the offer, but I will be leaving now. When that was that. This is the most meandering story. I apologize. Good almighty.
I like a good story. And I am interested in people's decisions and motives. I promise you, I am quite engaged. Please continue.
Okay. Well, I'll take Scrump to this syndicate meeting. Everybody's looking at him, trying to figure out who the hell he is, why the hell he's there with me. And it's funny, at one point, he introduces himself to Way, and Way goes, "Oh, you're a friend of Julius, is he?" Like that just, you're in good company. And then Shay from the Travelers says, "Any friend of Bradshaw's is a friend of mine." And Even at one point, Cesare kind of pointedly says something about, like, well, you're supposed to be bringing your most trusted advisor. I turn to him and I say, look, Cesare, I trust him. He does good work. He ain't gonna spill. Right. My proper second in command could not make it, and he's their replacement, right? And that was it. Nobody questioned me further. Nobody gave me a hard time, and I'm sitting here thinking, right, everybody's speaking so goddamn highly of me. I don't know what I've ever actually done for Way. Hell, the Travelers, I've never done any work for them, right? I've come and hung out at their campfire a few times, and I'm vaguely friends with Jade. It's just, it's so stupidly easy. How could I not be intrigued when I can find somebody who actually has an interest in playing the game, who ain't gonna just smile and wave at the first person who shows them a bit of kindness and go, yes, that's a good person, I trust them.
People are surprisingly trusting. I think they have a hard time recognizing predators.
I think sometimes people get this idea that predators and beasts all come in one shade, and if it ain't that shade, then it's easy to be a little more undetected, right? I mean, shit, that's how I've been robbing banks and trains and getting my hands dirty for months and months on end now. Because I don't run around shooting up a bunch of deputies or making a big scene, right? It's like, they don't catch me in the act, so I don't even know what's happening.
That is my preferred method as well. Never even really liked guns because they're too loud, too messy. I've never been one for glory either. I don't care if no one knows my name. And a proper bank job, in my opinion, is one where no one knows you did it. Anyway,
No,
please continue.
just thinking it's interesting. When I first came to the crossing, I made quite a bit of noise during my bank jobs. I mean, shit. Very first bank I robbed, not very first one I robbed on my own, I should say. I left a signed note about the crime, but part of it was, right, I mean, admittedly, things were different then. I had very different desires, but part of it was that the more flashy and flamboyant, more this image I created, the easier it was to hide in plain sight in my day-to-day, right? Walk through town, showing my face, all that, and nobody was none the wiser. They were looking for the Jade King, right? They weren't looking for Alfred Jones, as I was calling myself at the time. God, I hated that name. That was one of the worst decisions I made.
I didn't know you used monikers frequently, other than the Jade King.
It was just when I first came down here, 'cause I was still wanted for a lot of the noise I made up north. And so I figured take on a fake name for just a couple weeks, right? Kind of figure out what the situation was, right? Whether we had detectives coming after us or nothing like that. And it turned out I was much better at hiding in plain sight than I thought. So the name stuck around much longer than I intended. Yeah, I think if anything, it was a bit of a fucking relief when they put it all together. I didn't have to keep calling myself that anymore.
I know the feeling.
Where were we? I got so off track. Oh, yes. I was in the interrogation room in San Denis, yes. So Malone is interrogating me. Amusingly enough, at one point he tells me, did I ever tell you that I was married, Julius? I said, no, you haven't. I was not aware of that. He said, yes. In fact, one of the things I do to try to get criminals to crack is tell them all about my ex-wife. I just go on and on and on about it until they want to take their own head off, right? And I say, oh, no, tell me, Marty, I want to hear about your ex-wife. It goes into his little spiel, but, it was interesting. That technique may work on some folks. They would rather just get it over with and get themselves shipped off to the cells, but I figured a little extra time couldn't hurt, and maybe I'll learn a little something about Marty during this conversation.
And what did you learn?
I learned that he is a man who is rather fixated on his own vices. And that is presumably what blew up both of his marriages.
Interesting. Do you think he knew what he was revealing to you? Or do you think he thought he was playing chess?
Unclear. I don't think he meant to reveal as much as I think. Honestly, he was figuring I'll be like, any other lowlife and just tune him out, right?
Right.
I got the feeling that he ain't used to people actually listening when he goes on one of these tirades, right? And he's spending a lot of time really setting the scene, right? Talking about the way the smoke lingered in the air and the taste of his bourbon and the way her dress fell and the way she looked in the moonlight, right? It was very flowery language, but in a way, like I said, I feel like he's used to being tuned out when that starts.
Maybe he just likes to hear himself talk.
He certainly would not be the first. Well, anyways, as this interrogation goes on, at one point he leaves the room, he comes back, he says that apparently when they was getting ready to ship off a couple of my folks, they get them on the wagon, right? And my dear friend Foley walks up to the deputy, asks him for a smoke. Deputy steps off that prison transport wagon, and Foley hopped on there and took off like a bolt out of the blue. Fortunately, a couple of them still got caught, but that did at least get Isabella out free. Well, there's one person who managed to avoid their prison time, but of course I am still in these cells being questioned. I ain't going anywhere anytime soon, but I'm happy at least that somebody got out, right? That's something. Now, of course, it becomes very apparent that I am facing a long time behind bars. But, that is part of the risk we take, right? Robbing things, taking things that don't belong to us, is that that other shoe's going to drop eventually, and I figured, well, maybe today is my day. Maybe the stars have not aligned and my luck has run dry, and we're going to get real comfortable with Big L over in Sissica. Next.
That luck was still on your side.
Oh, it certainly was, because next thing I know, Marty leaves the room again, comes back, and he is mad as a fucking hornet, saying, your friend Ali is here with 7 hostages and a whole crew. So,
Oh my.
yeah, so you're about to be released. And he says it in a way where he's still clearly angry. And then, I hear Ali yelling. And then Malone turns back and he says, you fire that gun off one more time and, this is going to be a goddamn shootout, right? You're never going to see Julius and all that sort of thing, right? So I need to defuse the situation. So let's say, look, Marty. I will tell you the truth about all of these incidents that you questioned me about. We can all agree to put our weapons down and let me be on my way. Live to catch me another day.
Yeah. Good night.
Have a drink.
And miraculously, Marty agrees. And I confess to the crimes that I already know the moment they get my goddamn fingerprints on the books, they're going to be arresting me for anyways. But I tell them, yes, absolutely. I committed all those crimes. I robbed that train. I robbed those banks. And I'm sure sooner or later I'll be back in this seat. But I'm glad that day ain't today.
Was Marty pleased, or did he seem disappointed?
Oh, he was still angry. He seemed slightly placated by the fact that I at least confessed that I was indeed the culprit. But definitely was not happy to be letting me walk.
Deciphering which part of the game people enjoy most is another game. Sounds like Marty enjoys the actual caging of the prey. Whereas Cash might enjoy the part right before that. The dance.
I'm not sure which part Cash enjoys, honestly. That's why he intrigues me so much. He definitely knows how to dance, and he does it with grace. But I'm not sure if he does it for his own enjoyment, or more just because he knows how to, and that is a rather rare skill in the department. Hell, sometimes
You first.
sometimes I feel like I dangle that carrot just to see if he's gonna bite, right? To see.
I was just going to ask that exact thing.
Hey, see if he's actively looking, or if it's more of a matter where he just takes the opportunity when the opportunity presents itself.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Here's the most miraculous part of that little jailbreak, though. Guess who was on the other side of that sheriff's office besides my dear friend Ali?
Well, it would be somebody that you wouldn't expect. But if you're expecting me to guess, then it should be somebody you've already mentioned previously in your story. Is it your new friend, the one you helped with Wallaby?
No, sadly not. He actually, and I still don't know what he was trying to do. At one point, he and Oglethorpe were singing outside the sheriff's department. And I still don't know why. I don't know if that was an ill-fated attempt at freeing us or causing distraction, or if he simply wanted to let Roxanne know that he did not, in fact, drown in the middle of the Lanahatchee River. I could not tell you, but he came to the sheriff's office and started singing. It was truly something.
Maybe he just wanted to see if anyone would bite.
He may have. But no, this is an unfair question because it would not be unexpected unless you're more familiar, I guess, with the whole ecosystem of criminals in the crossing. The folk who sprung me, none other than Charles Devine and the Bastards. Now, they are an organization that runs out west. They are more the classic outlaws, right? They rob, they plunder, they shoot. They don't give a shit. They do whatever the hell they want, right? They are not bound by the false fronts of business and commerce that many groups in the East use, or their attempts at diplomacy or exercising strength through more cloak and dagger means, right? They are the type who, if they are pissed at you, they'll shove a gun in your face and pull the trigger, right? Well, I can't say I was ever terribly close to them. We never did work together. I went down to Thieves a couple times to, do some gambling, have some drinks, that sort of thing. I mean, frankly, it was more just they were a good foot in the door when it came to the West and keeping an eye on things out there. In turn, I helped them from time to time, a little bit of information or something like that, right? But that was really where it all ended. So you can imagine my surprise when I hear Charles Devine's voice yelling out to everybody about how we got to get the hell out of the city before these deputies posse up and start shooting everybody down.
Did he expect something in return?
Oh, he got paid for his trouble. But
I see.
The way it's been told, the money caught his initial interest, but the moment he heard my name, that sealed the deal.
Quite a reputation you have, Jules.
You know, when I originally was building this reputation, right, it was much more about making it in the headlines as much as it was about making friends. When I decided last winter that my days as a simple bartender were over and I was going to start taking things that weren't mine again, that I was going to do things differently. And one of those ways was building up a reputation in a way that didn't catch attention from the law, but caught just as much, if not more, attention from other criminals, and, well, made me feel very successful in that endeavor. Everybody was so excited to be the ones to spring the Jade King in his first stint back in prison.
What people will do to be able to say the things they say. And so how did you wind up here, Jules?
Well,
You take the next boat?
No, we got out of the city all right. We had a place that I'd picked out, actually, before our very first bank job this time around, where I said, this is somewhere where we can lay low when things get hot. Somewhere outside of the general purview of the law. Somewhere defensible. So we went to our little cave. We holed up for the night. Next day, I took care of all my last-minute errands, right, getting my money from the bank, clearing out things I had stashed away, sending out telegrams, all that, letting everybody know that I would be gone for a little bit. Keep my head down nice and low, because I knew that the law ain't gonna chase me here, right? If I was a murderer or something, maybe they would posse up and come out here, but ain't gonna be worth their time for a couple banks, that sort of thing, right? So I figured Guamore's my best bet. So I gathered everything I needed. Almost got caught in Valentine. Good God, I had to slip through the hotel and out the front door while they were surrounding my horse, trying to figure out, I assume, whether it really was me on top of it. And, got the hell out of Valentine, got back to Annesburg, and, well, snuck on the boat, made my way back here. funny, even before this bank job, I was planning on spending a lot more time here. I'd actually already talked to my folk last time we was all in Guam, saying that I was planning on this being my primary residence, with me coming back to the crossing, right, doing work, that sort of thing, you know, keeping things afloat, but that Guam will be taking up a much more significant portion of my time. It seems that this bank job sped that timeline up even more than I had anticipated.
Destiny. Maybe the island needs you, Jules.
It has a funny way of keeping us on the right course. I've learned nothing else, it's that.
So what do you plan to do now?
Well, for the time being, keep my head down, stay out of the crossing as much as is feasible. Sure shit no those deputies are hungry to get me back behind bars, but not hungry enough to come over here to do it. And in the meantime, just keep working on my little projects, I guess.
I like that you like to try new things. That part of the game that you like and enjoy is doing something that's never been done. I find that interesting. You take a step beyond just that adrenaline rush that a lot of people crave. The whole thing seems to interest you. The dance, the escape, the planning.
You know, for all that time I was running the Pearl, kept trying to convince myself that it was enough. Right. It did feel good. It felt good to build something, to see people coming around, see people finding community and purpose there, right? And I thought I created something, right? I mean, I didn't build the damn bar with my own two hands, but I created the Pearl, what it is. I mean, shit, been out of the business 4 months and it's still the Blue Pearl. Got new ownership, it's up and running, right? So I kept trying to tell myself that this should be enough. You should be satisfied with this. It ain't a bad life. It's even the phrase I would use. It ain't so bad. It ain't so bad.
If you have to use the words so and should in statements about your life, you're on the wrong path. It's not so bad. I should be satisfied, but I'm not. Why settle for anything less, Jules? Why settle for anything less than I like this? I am content. This is good. Which you figured out in the end anyway. or you wouldn't be here.
All the times I've been locked up behind bars, the most unpleasant shackles I've ever had on are the ones that I put on myself. It's funny. I was talking to Santiago about my plans to spend a hell of a lot more time in Guam, focus my attention there, and how some folk in my crew ain't too happy about it. But that I felt it's something that I have to do, that I want to do. And he said the worst thing you can do when you feel that pull is try to fight it. I think he's right.
I agree. Besides, if you have people that are giving you friction, then perhaps it's for the best. Surely you will find like-minded people here. Charlie would probably enjoy the rush of doing something that hasn't been done before. Or your future projects.
He certainly seemed a little jealous when he found out that I paid Charles Devine to get me sprung. Promised him if the stars align next time, I would be more than happy to pay him to do the same.
Yes. Now that doesn't surprise me either. Charlie's a weird one. Did I tell you how we met?
I don't think so.
I think the first thing he asked me was, do you know how to make moonshine? You seem like you know how to make moonshine. And we tried to rob a bank together.
Oh, really?
True. Yes, absolutely. I told him I don't typically like to do bank jobs unless they're incredibly quiet, or there's a particularly interesting plan that you present to me, in which case I am intrigued and I will try it just to see if it works.
I see. Would I have been able to sell you on the boat?
Potentially.
Okay. Sorry, please continue.
The plan seemed very stupid, but I wanted to see if this ragtag group could pull it off, so I agreed to go along out of mere curiosity. It's how I met Hawk and Rufus. Are you familiar with them too? Rufus Lord and Harriet.
Yeah.
She
Yeah.
used to run with Summers and then Redwater.
I never got to know them terribly well. Summers and I were on pretty awful terms by the time they all started working together, but I wish I had gotten to know them better. Hawk especially seemed very interesting.
Yes, she's an intriguing one. They both were, really. Somewhat the same, just broken in different places. They decided to rob this bank, and it went horribly wrong. I shooed the law's horses out of town and then sat on my horse and watched the chaos unfold. It was a disaster, but I enjoyed watching it. But that is basically how Charlie and I met. He's one of those people that pretends to be dumb, but in fact he is quite smart. So there was a little bit of cat and mouse via conversation in our first meeting that I found intriguing. Also, he was right. I did know how to make moonshine, which also intrigued me.
You just sat back and watched this plan go to shit, huh?
Mm-hmm. There wasn't really too much I could do at that point anyway. They jumped the gun on the plan. So by the time I turned the corner, they were already surrounded by law.
Oh, shit.
Mm-hmm. I fled the horses, we all got away, so worked out in the end. But what an absolute disaster that was. So how are you going to scratch that itch, Jules? You can't go back to the crossing. Or does it make it more exciting now?
I mean, admittedly, there's an element of excitement knowing that every time I go back to try to, check some telegrams or take care of a little business deal or something like that, they'd have to be keeping a very close eye over my shoulder. But I feel like there are a lot of things to keep my attention here in Guarma, at least right now.
That's probably true.
Alright.
A bit of a soft spot, I guess you could say, for puzzles to try to solve, and I feel like there are so many goddamn puzzles here. Lots to keep me busy. Speaking of which, what are you thinking about this Thursday?
What's Thursday?
Oh, this whole little meeting of all the people who want to hurt Edgar and very coincidentally want to hurt you. That whole gym nonsense.
Oh?
Wait, have you not heard about this?
No, I have not.
Okay, that is strange because Boone asked me if you'd told me. What the hell did Boone hear then?
I have no idea. But it certainly wasn't me.
Maybe he's confused then. I mean,
Am I supposed to know about this?
I mean, it's
Maybe
very
I'm not supposed
valuable
to
for
know,
you to
Jules.
know.
It's very valuable, but maybe if there are people who want to hurt me, that they don't want me to know about it.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm sure they wouldn't be forthright. I'm just surprised that Boone knew and was somehow under the impression that you knew it. You would have already told me.
He did tell me he had something to tell me about Thursday before we came in here and spoke. But I said I needed to talk to you first. So perhaps he was going to tell me.
Maybe he got confused, because no, his exact words were, "Did Delilah tell you about Thursday?" Maybe he misspoke.
Maybe he just assumed I knew.
Anyways, point is that Edgar informed me that he's having all these people over for business on Thursday, and that many of them still hold ill will towards you for the fate of Jim, and that he's hoping it doesn't come to violence, because the idea is to show you that they are a force to be reckoned with, and that Edgar is so powerful that he can get his own enemies to show up and not put a knife in his belly in the name of making money. You know how it goes. Anyways, point is that apparently all these sons of bitches are showing up on Thursday for this meeting, and he says that he doesn't think that they're gonna cause you any harm, but it is a certain possibility.
Here's a puzzle for you, Jules. Why is Edgar so obsessed with my approval?
Now, it's been something I've been trying to puzzle out myself. He's certainly fixated, that's for sure. He and the shaman seem to have it in their heads that is some sort of, or you, I guess, rather, are some sort of blight upon the island.
The shaman is saying this now, too.
Yeah. Very interesting conversation. Yeah. He even outright asked me if I was working for you, which I found quite amusing. And I told him as much. But after I broke things off with Summers, I vowed that I would never work for anybody again except for myself.
I am an ideal yet intangible, sought after by all yet elusive to many, state of being, unattainable for some, a dream for them, yet a nightmare for others. What am I?
Does interest me how much people need someone to blame. Their own faults, their own decisions, their own misgivings. Much easier to point fingers at a boogeyman than to actually look in a mirror.
Then they'd have to actually change or do something. If they looked in the mirror, I mean.
They have to be honest with themselves, and that is the bane of many people's existence. You'd have to admit that Jim did what he wanted and got what he signed up for, that they stood by and let it happen, that now they want to raise their pitchforks, and when it was all happening, they were cheering, right?
That's right. I should have done something. I should feel better than I do, but I don't. I should not feel pain at his death, yet I do. There's that should and so again. And instead of looking inward, they will direct it toward me, which is fine, I don't mind. I am curious, though, who exactly is going to be there on Thursday.
Yeah, I know Edgar mentioned Hathaway and some other various friends of old Jim's.
Hathaway, I know. I believe he trained Jim with the machete for a couple of weeks before the event. But as for anyone else, for the weeks leading up to the event and even before Jim made his mistake, I didn't really see him with anyone. He moved to Guarma. It seemed like he didn't really have any friends. Where were they, I wonder? Where were they then, when he could have been influenced away from entering into a death match?
Wanted the same thing. Your dear friend signs up to throw their life away in a fight by machete. And you just let it happen? Say, oh, that's Jim. He'll be fine. We'll train him. He'll win.
He chose the machete as well.
Christ almighty. I mean, hell, it'd even make more sense if they blamed Clive for all this. No, somehow, because a man decided that some money on the table was worth taking another man's life, now it's the fault of the person who put the money there. I mean, shit. They were talking about the bounties, right? And how, oh, Revenant's so unhappy because his nose got sliced off. It's not the fault of the person who was holding the knife, right? It's not the fault of the person who wanted to put the money on the table to get that nose sliced off.
The person who took the money, even.
Mm-hmm.
It's the middleman. Yes, this intrigues me as well. And even funnier still, it's not the fault of your own actions that led up to someone wanting to cut your nose off via a bounty. It's back to what you were saying about the mirror. I'd rather blame somebody else. Me, the person who put out the bounty, the person who fulfilled it. But they won't look inward and think, what on earth did I do to anger someone enough that they wanted my nose?
You know, as much as Edgar seems to be grown to be comfortable with me again, part of him still doesn't quite understand how I can so easily turn the other cheek after he sunk a machete into my shoulder. That's the difference between us. He still wants to talk about how, oh, it wasn't his fault that all those people got shot down in Guam that day, that it was all a curse and a witch and all of that. And whether he actually believes that or not, certainly narrative he likes to spin. I got shot. Those are the choices that I made. Why would I hold ill will to him for that? It ain't just him. I mean, shit. I had whiskeys with the man who left me that lovely scar on my chest. The only reason he attacked me was because we pulled guns first. We tried to rob him. We didn't realize that we were trying to rob fellow criminals until it was far too late.
I like this line of thinking, Jules.
Grudges people hold, the obsessive desire for revenge. It's all just ways of trying to look anywhere else but inward. Do anything else but actually take a little responsibility for the choices people make and the consequences that they come with.
Will you be there Thursday?
I will, but not until after the meeting has concluded. Forget what time they were saying. 7, 9, something like that, but I got some things to take care of during the day, so I guess do what you can to make sure that those angry dogs don't cut you down, because that would be really fucking unfortunate.
Oh, but Jules, it's just like you and the crossing. It makes it so much more exciting. The possibility that I might get away. I don't know if I'll be able to help myself, but I will try.
You know, people think the thrill is in the robbing the bank, right? Picking the door, blowing up the bank vault, cracking the safe, and there is a certain rush to it. Spin that dial as quick as you can, knowing that any minute there's going to be more and more deputies piled on outside ready to shoot you down.
But
I think that the chase,
yes,
that moment where your back's against the wall and you know this may be my last day, this may be my last job, I may be taking my last breath right here, right now. There's nothing like it in the goddamn world.
yes. I don't think the island spared collecting me to let me fall a mere few weeks later. I'm not that concerned, but I will be careful. Thank you for telling me about it.
Yeah, of course. I'm sure Edgar plans on it getting back to you regardless, though I would be quite amused to see his reaction to knowing that I was the one to tell you.
I don't plan on telling him that, unless you would like me to.
It's a big thunder crash. I think right now our friendship very useful.
Are you referring to me or Edgar, Jules?
In this case, Edgar. I know he's got other things, other goals here. I'm still trying to put my finger on, but at least for the time being, there is a genuine desire to bring commerce and success to Gorma, even if it really is for his own ends, his own dragon's horde, his own loyal subjects, as he sees it. No, I'm perfectly content to be his friend right now.
And I won't tell him. I wasn't planning to anyway. And I doubt he'll ask.
I'm glad to hear you're going to be looking out for yourself, because I think you're right. I don't think the island would spare you just for a pack of rabid dogs to descend.
I suppose we never know. It could be divine justice for all that I've done.
Do you believe in that? Justice?
No. No. Not really. I believe if a pack of rabid dogs want to devour me, for all that I've done, it is for all that I've done. Just an opposite and equal reaction. No justice. No divine retribution. Simply existence. Choices. Do you?
It's funny, it's such a popular concept, right? When deputies wear the badge so they can enact justice upon criminals. Outlaws talk about how they're gonna get their revenge and that's justice, right? I think the whole goddamn thing is a crock of shit. Justice is some strange man-made concept
Yes.
that we've created to try to reason with a world that is rather unreasonable. Actually, unreasonable is probably even too strong a word. I might say indifferent. Shit, you look at the animals. Wolves don't care about what's just or what's right. They'll prey on the weak, on the sick. It's an easier target. It's a safer target for the pack, right? Where's the justice for a small baby deer that never gets to see what it's like to run free in a field, right? Barely walk, and it's being torn apart. Jaws of a beast. No justice in any of that. There's no fairness. Just is.
It's not many people who feel this way. I am pleased. It's a social agreement, and fragile at best. It's another one of those masks. Give animals clothes. Give us justice. It is simply for those in power and the absolute opposite, those who serve them or those who are weak and afraid. Makes them feel safe. Don't worry if anything bad happens. We will take care of it. Justice will be done. Your pain, your suffering, is not without meaning or retribution. Silly, stupid invention. I wish we had talked much sooner, Julius.
You know, I wish we had to, but on the other hand, man you met running the Blue Pearl, not ready to be quite as honest with himself, I think. Did Herbie ever tell you all the times I came to Guama after we had that conversation up in the bar and I asked you about summers and all that, how many times I came back?
No, he didn't tell me anything.
Still very worried about the gang and the work we were doing back in the crossing, so I never could stay terribly long, but came back again and again. Kept missing you. Wrote notes. Left them here
I
at the
did
bar.
get your notes. Yeah. Yeah.
There was a reason it took all this time for us to actually sit down and talk like this.
I think I agree with that. I spent most of my time in the crossing feeling like I thought I was doing the same thing I've always done. Same thing I did here in Guarma when I got here. But for some reason now I find myself feeling much different, even though my motion is the same. People around me intrigue me in different ways. I've always enjoyed a good story. I always didn't really mind listening to people talk in the Blue Pearl. Hurley asked me once if it was really all I did was serve drinks when I was working for you at the Blue Pearl, and I think you asked me that too. And it was, by the way, other than maybe steal some horses for the thrill, which, by the way, I stole Marty's horse once.
Well, I love that.
I didn't know it was his at the time, but afterward when I found out, I got a little spark of joy from that. But I was content enough. But now I don't just not mind the stories. I find myself picking out specific moments or asking questions, intrigued, engaged in a way I wasn't before. And I don't know if that's the island circumstance or just time.
Hey, maybe it's option number 4. The stories out here are just better.
Perhaps. Perhaps it's a mix of everything together, like a good drink.
I'll make a little confession.
Of course.
Back when you were first working at the Pearl and well, all that rumor around Summers was swirling and Hurley had his suspicions and I was paranoid, seeing monsters in every corner. Hurley and I had a little conversation about whether we thought you was a spy and eventually came to the conclusion that, you know what? Maybe she is. What point does it even matter, right? I'm not genuinely wasn't doing anything that needed to be kept secret or hush-hush, anything that Summers couldn't know. I figured, what the hell? No point in worrying about it. She is a spy, she is. If she ain't, she ain't. I'm sure Gavin will be utterly riveted to hear about how I brought in an order of whiskey or cut more lemons for the day. Exactly. But, you know what the truth is?
What's that, Jules?
Part of me hoped that you were a spy, not because I wanted Gavin spying on me or because I thought that would even be inherently fulfilling, but just because it would be something different. Something out of the routine, I guess.
Did you know that at the time, that that was your hope? Or did you realize that later?
I think if I'd been asked about it, I would have denied any impulse like that vehemently. But, I think a part of me knew. I think a part of me always knew that all roads would lead back to, not necessarily specifically here, but
To where you are inside your internal space.
yeah. Yeah.
Your own equilibrium. The part of you that needs that thrill, that chase, that cat and mouse game. Absolutely. Well, I, for one, am glad you found your way back to yourself, Jules.
Yeah. Me too.
I think you might be the wheel.
The wheel. Like
Wheel
in
of
tarot?
Fortunes. Yeah. In some versions, it's the Sphinx. Luck. Except you make your own luck.
What about you? What card do you think you are?
That is a very good question. I have been called the priestess before. But I don't know if that's accurate. I'll think on that, Jules.
I look forward to your answer.
That riddle, by the way. The answer is probably the same answer for the question about Edgar. It's something all three of us value very highly. I can write it for you if you want a little puzzle to solve.
Yeah, I'd like that.
Anybody home? Fucking drink.
Yes, Herbie. Hello, how are you?
Where the hell are you, up on a porch?
No.
No, you're in the side. Oh, the side room.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Howdy,
hello.
Herbie.
What's going on?
Having a nice little chat.
Oh, are you done?
Do you need me to be done?
Yes, I do. Apologies. Insincere apologies, but apologies nonetheless.
Is it for a drink or for something else?
No, it's for something else. I don't
Okay.
want to drink.
You all right, Herbie?
I
You
have
need.
one.
Okay. You need a moment to lie alone, or is there anything I can help with?
No, I'm gonna take her into the jungle.
Oh.
You know, it's nothing that exciting, but for a moment there, she gets confused and thinks it is. And then comes the disappointment. That's like that was all my marriages summed up in just 5 seconds.
Herbie.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk to her for a little bit, but I am going to go to bed.
Okay. Well, you take care of yourself, Herbie. We'll talk later, all right?
I'll be outside.
Make yourself at home.
Actually, that's really not a bad idea at all. I bet they would like that. I could barter the bolt action. I could give them like a clean bolt action and then tell them like, I'll give you this gun if you buy back my Navy revolver, and if it ends up being too expensive and I need to throw some cash on top, I can do that. That's actually really not a bad idea at all. They might be into that. Okay, where is everybody? Charlie. Oh yeah, Charlie's a great option. Charlie would absolutely be able to do that. Also, do you guys want to know some really funny meta that I accidentally learned? I was looking for... Oh, what? Are you chasing that goat?
No. I think it was about to hit me, though.
Was
I
it
was trying
now?
I mean, look at it go.
Goats, you know, I love
What-
goats. They are the meanest sons of bitches, and they don't give a shit what anybody else thinks.
They are I think they're the devil.
As
I
it's
think
like,
goats are devils.
they just
I
do
think- I
whatever the
think they're
hell they
devilish.
want.
Yeah, and then as soon as you're just standing right next to them, they hate it. Also, I think that goat just killed that chicken.
Really?
What a monster. That goat's a
It's too
monster.
loud.
It's out there now. Anyways, how you doing?
I am lovely, actually.
Really?
Yeah. Had a good day
Okay.
so far.
That's good.
What are you up to?
Well, I was actually gonna take the donkey all the way up the mountain because I was gonna try and get some more tobacco to make some more cigars.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Well, you hand roll cigars.
I do.
Oh my god, that is fantastic.
Yeah, I am so far the only person really operating a tobacco business out of Gorma.
Oh shit. Okay, that's fantastic. I have never picked tobacco or dried it or rolled it up, anything like that, but I am quite the consumer of tobacco products.
Well,
so.
wait, actually, hold on. Let me hold on. I need to do a final touch to them.
Yeah, sure. There's a chicken just wandering about. Samples. I'm chilly. I wish my heater was working. I'm gonna be complaining about it because I'm cold.
All right. I usually stock a full crate full.
Ah, these are marvelous. Really good craftsmanship.
Yeah, apparently I do believe they are the best of the best compared to the ones in the crossing, because normally I'd go pick tobacco from roads or like around roads, and it's just really dry.
Yeah.
And these ones, yeah, I have to go all the way up the mountain just to get them. And then I bring them down here, and then I would just roll them right there. Or right here. I actually passed out last night right here rolling. So,
Well, this is fantastic. Thank you. I appreciate it.
yeah, of course. So are you staying here for a little longer?
Oh, yeah, I mean, well, I'm
Are you living here?
definitely staying here. Yeah, I'm definitely staying here at least
Okay.
until things calm down. But, I mean, really, even before this bank robbery and all of that, I was planning on...
Bank robbery?
Oh, yes, that's what I'm in
Oh
trouble
yeah,
for.
your birthday.
Yes. Well,
Did
it's a long
did it-
story.
it's a long story. Okay.
It is. You're going to have to hear the whole story sometime because it is incredible. It involves boats and naval warfare and going to jail
Oh.
and getting broken out of jail. And it's a...
Oh.
Yeah. But the short of it
Holy
is...
shit.
Yeah, the short of it is that I am extraordinarily wanted for many bank robberies as well as a train robbery that were all
Oh.
quiet up until now. So,
Oh, so
yeah.
is that why you're here?
That is why I was in such a rush to get back here because,
Oh.
yeah, I was not safe in the crossing
Okay.
anymore. But, I mean, like I was saying, even before all that, I was actually planning on moving my operation, so I am primarily residing here and just coming back to the crossing
Oh,
for
okay.
jobs and taking care of the crew and all that. But, yeah, so I am
Okay.
now most certainly
nice.
going to be spending a lot of time here. Howdy, Ollie.
Have you, I guess, are there, so you said that there's things, like, all I'm asking right now is, have you heard of anything about maybe a possible meeting?
On Thursday?
Yeah.
Well, you didn't hear it from me, but yes, there are going to be a lot of people coming here Thursday. Talk business.
I heard it, I heard it from Edgar himself.
Okay, good. Well, then
And,
he's telling everybody.
he-
He wants everybody
he-
to know.
Well, he's asking me to be there.
Okay.
And I mean, I don't know for what reason in particular. But, like I said, if y'all fuck each other up and I get fucked, who's going to help you?
I mean, well, unfortunately, I ain't even going to be at the meeting, but according to
Oh.
him, nobody should be fucking anybody up. I don't know if I actually believe that shit.
Okay, well,
That's what he says.
Yeah, well, you never know until it happens, right?
I mean, my impression is that he hopes people fuck each other up. He's just not going to be doing any fucking up himself if he can avoid it.
Well, I don't know. It's not gonna be pretty, because the meeting essentially is. It's the whole Delilah and Edgar feud that is to be fair, getting more and more dangerous.
It's stupid is what it is. She is not half as interested in him as he is in her. He is fixated, and he's just like
Yeah,
a
but obviously,
dog with a bone.
Obviously, that's true. I think Edgar has his own thoughts that he sticks by, and then lacks the attention of it all. And I don't really understand truly why Edgar is so insistent on Delilah getting hurt. And I care for everyone on this island. And I truly want people to get along with each other. And I mean, I feel like part of me doesn't want to see people die.
Sure. I think most people feel that way if they got any sort of compassion in them. Well, like I said, unfortunately, I ain't even gonna be here, so there isn't much I can do. Lila did say that she'd try to keep out of trouble, keep herself in one piece till at least I'm able to get here to help her out. But
Yeah.
I mean, it's a pack of insecure, rabid little dogs who can't look in the mirror for 5 fucking minutes lest they actually see what's staring back at them. Right? That's the thing. All this rage over Jim and what happened
You know
to
what
him.
I think?
Oh,
You know
what's
what I
that?
think? If both of them isolated themselves completely for an entire, week, do you think they'll drive themselves insane?
Maybe.
Because I have this feeling like they can't stand themselves and they can't stand each other, so they're just going to go on this repetitive cycle.
I don't know if I agree with that part so much. But
I hope not. I hope there's no repetitive cycle.
No, I mean, I could be wrong. I don't think they despise themselves. I think they want things from each other that neither can really provide, and that disconnect is causing them to act
so
out,
toxic.
especially Edgar, in very questionable ways.
You know how someone put it? They told me that. What happens when you have two predators in the same area?
They're going to fuck each other up no matter what, because it's all dominance issues, right? Maybe?
For
Depends.
the most part. Depends on if they're the same predator or different predators. And as far as I can tell from the way they've been acting, they're two different kinds.
Very. But they both are, in a way, the same. I think they understand what they're capable of doing and what they're capable of acting on.
Sure,
But
but they don't
one
mean they're the
is just
same.
louder than the other. No, I'm not saying they are. They're not. But it's this belief. And I don't know, I'm trying to find a reason to give them something similar.
See, the way I see it, Edgar's a dog playing at being a wolf. And deep down he knows that. And that's what enrages him. That he knows he's never gonna quite reach that thing he's so desperately searching for.
It's just being a king to him. I think he wants to make himself something so that it benefits not just him, but
What? Is
people
he
he thinks he cares about.
That's one way to put it. I mean, if you put it this way, think about it. He tried doing the whole entire thing inside the crossing. Didn't exactly work out for him. Found out there's a castle here that he can, sit in, call himself king, and get just as much attention as he wanted if he weren't in the crossing.
Howdy.
Howdy there.
Howdy.
Forgive me for my distance.
No, it's alright. What's your name, fella?
My name is Dr. Tyus. I haven't spoken to a soul in 7 months.
Jesus, well, honored to be the first soul you have talked to in 7 months.
Yes. I have been living on the other side of the island.
Oh, up in the north?
Yes, the mountains.
Okay, yeah, no, it's beautiful up there. Well, shit, what brings you down here now, then?
Supplies. The need to... I've forgotten the English word for it. What is the word for... never mind. The word I'm looking for is integrate. It has been a long time. I came to Gorma to find peace, and I found it. But it is time to live normally.
Well, welcome to La Playa. My name is Mishka. I work for La Garda, which is essentially the search and rescue medic team for the island. I'm here because I like to help people. And I just didn't find a purpose really in the crossing, and when I came here I did.
If we are sharing stories for leaving the crossing, then mine is one of love.
No.
It did not end, sadly.
No.
Simply distance.
Was it a bad breakup?
Oh, no. If I must repeat, we did not end at all. Nor did we begin.
Oh. So nothing happened?
Distance makes the heart grow fonder.
Oh.
My apologies for intruding on a conversation.
No, it's alright.
I simply saw from afar at my viewing post people, and so I took a chance.
Well, that's very brave of you.
Yes. The first steps into reintegration.
Mm-hmm.
Would any of you happen to have any hair pomade?
Sadly, I do
Fellas?
not.
I don't carry any.
I'm bald, so
I was gonna say, I don't think Ollie's got enough hair to put pomade in, but you could use to slick up that head of yours, make it all bright and shiny,
You can make it
little
shiny,
beacon.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Shit, we better get
I
you some
do
pomade
know
right now.
some. Goodness.
Wow, look at that.
Some would say that you could roast an egg on that head.
got some comedians tonight, huh?
My apologies. It has been a long time since I have told another joke. And it
Not
is
to worry.
nice. What are your names?
I guess we can start with me, the bald one. Name's Ali. Ali Mason.
Pleasure.
And I am Julius Bradshaw. Lovely to meet you.
You as well. And Miss Mishka, you said.
That is
Wonderful. I will have to see about speaking with this medical team to see if I may be of any assistance. I am not a rider, so to speak, but I have plenty of years of knowledge under my belt.
All right. Well, if you're interested, just speak to one of the militia members or Dr. Natalie Wilson if she's around. Her mailbox is just behind this blue house. Or actually, no, I'm sorry. Just behind the smaller houses. You could leave her a note. And let her know, where you're staying at, what your name is.
Wonderful.
I don't know when she'll be around next, but part of La Guardia is, there's certain training sessions that we all have to go through before you become an official Guardia.
Of course.
And would you say you're a resident to Gorma?
I picked up everything I had to leave out here, so I'd say so.
Okay. So yeah, I would say just find a militia member or try and speak with Natalie and hopefully, see if you are interested.
Wonderful. These are good tidings for the future.
Mm-hmm. That's the hope.
Yes. I've forgotten the layout of this island. Where would I be able to buy a stiff drink?
Well, you've got two options. Do you like heights or do you like sand?
Both are fine.
Both are fine? Okay. Do you prefer the ocean or a waterfall?
Waterfalls provide a more calming ambiance.
All right, perfect. Well, there is a bar called the Omens Bar. If you follow the pathway, like southeast, southeast. And if you, I guess there's a sign that says cigars. So if you follow the sign that says cigars, you'll make it to the Omens Bar, which is located at the very top of the waterfall down this river path.
Wonderful. Mr. Bradshaw, Mr. Ali, and Miss Mishka, it was a pleasure reintegrating with you. I
Of
do
course.
hope that we see each other again. If you are in need of medical assistance, I am available, if no other is.
Yeah, appreciate that. Dr. Tias, right? Did I say it right?
Tias.
Tias. Apologies, Tias. Okay, I got you. Very nice to meet you.
If you are wondering about my knowledge, I am a certified surgeon and mortician. I also have a degree in thanatology.
Oh, shit, quite the skill set.
Yes. Over 20 years of college learning.
Well,
Either way, I bid you adieu.
well, I mean, we could use more doctors, right?
That we definitely could. Holy shit.
Couldn't hurt.
A mortician. Interesting.
I bet I was a soft-spoken one.
I mean, he's gonna be going to Delilah right now.
She wasn't at the bar last I saw. She might have returned in my absence.
Well, that's where he's going, so that's where I'm just gonna assume. But I did give him the option. Anyways. Where were we? Edgar, right? That son of a bitch?
Yeah, Edgar,
Dog.
Thursday, the
That-
meeting.
Thursday meeting, yeah. I mean, I was invited to go, so I'm most likely gonna attend. I have spoken about it to one of the other Garda members, so I think I'll be okay. I'm just gonna.
No, I don't think you're in any significant danger. But I mean, hell, maybe if you're lucky, you can talk them down from whatever stupid bloodlust they got going on.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. That I would love to. Yeah. But that feud between Delilah and, or actually Edgar and Delilah, it's just, I don't know. Edgar's asking for it.
I mean, yeah, he is very clearly pursuing this when she has long left it to die. So, this is his insecurity, ego, whatever the hell you want to call it, that's driving him right now.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he's doing everything that he can to get after Delilah. And, try not to worry too much about it. I know that Delilah, you know, I'm sure has that whole bounty thing going on too, and it's just yeah, I don't know. It's hard to know, really, because I feel like I find myself sitting here on the beach, just being in the middle of it. I mean, I'm right next to the castle, and, you know, this river is where Delilah dumps out, or has people dump out alcohol out of.
Sure,
And, like,
yeah.
she has
Throw a
that
little
tradition
bit over the
to,
edge.
and it just travels right here, right in front of us. So it's like I'm trying to. I'm trying not to do too much. I'm trying not to think too much about it. I'm just trying to be really present in the moment. And, you know, I wish I could get to know Delilah a little bit more. I've gotten to know Edgar a lot because he just always invites me. He almost tried to kiss me the other day, actually.
Jesus
and then
Christ.
I pulled a knife on him. Well, no, I pulled a gun on him and then a knife. And I told him it's never gonna fucking happen. Ever. But every time I say that, he still believes that there's a chance, and I'm just like, ugh. Please leave me alone. Please leave me alone.
And yet, still spending time with that bastard.
Well, you know, I genuinely, it's because maybe I just like the company of people. No matter who you are, what you do, I still like to treat people like people.
Oh, I get that. I more meant that he keeps trying to kiss you.
Yeah, I know.
You continue to hang out with him.
It's never gonna fucking happen.
You
I
might
don't.
be good at standing up
I
one
don't. I
time.
don't continue to fucking hang out with him on purpose. I sell my cigars to him because I need the money for the program, and then obviously he stabbed somebody, and I had to figure out why the fuck he did that. So it's not like I'm trying to hang out with him. It's just like it just so happens, and
Well, I get it. I get it.
but you know he pisses me the fuck off, not gonna lie. Like every time he annoys the fuck out of me, and I don't really like his presence. I really don't. But it's like we have this love to hate relationship where we just really love to hate each other, but at the same time we happen to always run into each other. And my God, he's been seeing somebody that's married. And then he asked Clara, the reporter, on a fucking date. And then he stabbed another woman.
He's the one who stabbed Aurelia?
Yeah.
I thought she wanted to date him and he wanted to date her. What the fuck?
Yeah. Well, no, it's because Aurelia said some shit in front of, like, Rude Boy Rudy's crew.
Okay.
Or in front of Rude Boy Rudy, saying something like, oh, you better hit straight, like, as a joke. But Edgar heard that as, like, oh, you're trying to say that so that Delgado loses.
Oh, he really is insecure.
Yeah. No, he fucking is. And then, so much fucking chaos with him, it's ridiculous. But what am I gonna, if it happens on this island, I'm gonna know about it, because, like, I've been tending to Aurelia's wounds, right? Also, oh my God, Julius, I have so much shit to remember.
I can only imagine.
I'm talking like close to 20 pages full of notes about the medication that you need, what kind of things that you have to do when it comes to different types of wounds, and my God.
Yeah, there's a reason I never learned any of that medical shit.
Yeah, well, I think I'm gonna need an extra week just to really make sure that I know my shit. It's fine. Everything is fine. I'll be fine. I got this, right?
Yeah. No, you got this.
Totally,
You absolutely got this.
Totally got this.
Not to worry.
Anyways, I really want to hear about this, your whole birthday experience.
Yeah,
Huh?
actually, Ali,
It was your
have you
birthday, right?
been regaled with the whole story yet? I assume Isabella told you, right?
Yeah, for the most part, but I don't mind hearing it again.
Okay. Well, it is going to be a
would you-
long story. If you don't
Would
mind,
you like to sit down?
I was about to say, I think maybe we should
Yeah,
sit
yeah,
down
let's
and
sit down.
take a load
Yeah.
off.
I'll just, yeah.
Why can't I sit on this?
Take a seat. You want to sit on the log or a chair?
I always want to sit on the log, but I'm having trouble. Hold on.
Come on, you can do it. I believe in you.
It's a very, very awkward log to sit on,
Hometown
apparently.
Goldilocks thing going here.
All right.
Fucking
All
hell.
Get comfortable.
Damn it.
Maybe the log's just a little too like wet or something.
You try sitting on the damn log.
All right.
I don't want to sit on anything. I'm just gonna sit on the goddamn ground.
Just sit on the
Really?
log.
Oh.
Come on now, just sit on the log.
All right, I'm gonna grab one
Son
of
of
these.
a bitch. No, see, this is perfect. See, I get right by the fire, get nice and warm and cozy.
Oh, I love this shit. All right.
Yeah, little unwinding. That is some potent smelling stuff. Ooh wee. Shit, I tell you, Ollie, about how James Kelly wanted to chat with me a couple weeks ago, and
Julius.
I know,
There's
I
a
know.
bee in front of you.
Julius.
Oh,
I think you have a bee right walking around.
why did my team speak die? Okay, is that better? Is that any better?
Perfect.
Okay, good. Oh, now Ollie's not listening to me. I see how it is.
I love this story time. I love true story time. I think that's what makes stories a little bit more exciting for me.
True story time is
Beautiful to do that.
fantastic. I mean, hell, I think sometimes the best fictional stories are based in truth, right? Maybe it's a little bit embellishment or a little bit different way of telling it, right? But there's some truth to it. That's what gives it that extra something.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let me start from the beginning. In my hubris, I had the plan that we was gonna hit the bank first and then do the birthday train afterwards. Really what it came down to is we had some folk who weren't going to be able to stick around quite long enough to do both, so we figured, better to have the crew for the bank and then whoever can stay for the train stays for the train kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, things did not go according to plan, and as such, we missed our own goddamn birthday party. But seeing as we all survived, I think Roxanne and I are due a belated birthday party at some point. But anyways, point is, the birthday train never happened, sadly. Though I'd still love to see it happen one of these days. But as far as the bank goes, we had a, well, I suppose I should say I had a rather daring and unusual and risky plan, but one that had not been attempted before by anybody in the crossing.
Which bank?
We were hitting Blackwater.
Blackwater. Okay.
The plan is that we were going to take a boat, get to one of those large ferries like the cargo ships, right, that just go around Flatiron Lake. We were going to find one that was heading up to Saint Denis, board that boat, ride it all the way to the Sister Corrigan out in Lanahatchee River, swim over to the Corrigan, get on board there, and then have a friend pick us up and take us to shore. That was our grand escape plan.
Mm-hmm.
And at first it was working beautifully, right? We get in the bank, we rob it, clean as a fucking whistle. We are in and out of there in no goddamn time. We tell the law, we don't want to start a shootout here in Blackwater. Let's be smart about this. We are going to very politely walk over to our vehicle, located on the north end of town. We're making our way out with that vehicle, at which point you can feel free to do your jobs, bring us in, whatever may come from there, but we don't want to start any violence here in town.
Mm-hmm.
The law agrees to these terms. We get out of the bank. We start walking towards where our friend, dear Isabella, was, waiting for us on the other side.
Did you have a hostage?
No, we had no hostage.
Oh, okay.
hilariously, we were trying to get a hostage, but our lockpicker was so fast that we didn't even have time to.
Shit.
Yeah, we heard the explosion go off as we were still looking for a hostage, so we said, you know what, deputies, we're gonna go inside that bank, and no hostages today, right? So, but the law, they were rather understanding of us, I think, because we were so polite, right? You know, our usual thing, Ollie, right? We were very much agreeable and calm and collected, and telling them of our intent that, you know, we don't want anybody in town to be hurt, and they agreed. So we start walking around the corner of the construction site, right? We see their horses going on the other end, and we had a wagon placed facing west, like that was the way we was gonna go out, right? But of course, behind the wagon was the goddamn boat. So we run past the wagon, get on that boat. Law is so confused, and by the time they realize what's going on, we are already halfway out to the goddamn lake. And I hear Willie yelling, y'all don't want to do this, y'all don't want to do this, but we are already gone in the wind. They are scrambling, trying to get back to the docks to get themselves a boat, but they are behind, right? So we're continuing down the lake, right, in this boat. We're looking about, making sure we ain't being followed. Everything seems like we're in the all clear for a while, right? Next thing we know, there are law on the shore on horseback. They followed us all the way around to the lake, right? They managed to find us. So we stick to the plan. We find one of them big steamboats. We board it, and we try to hunker down. Of course, at this point, the law gets a couple boats of their own, and they start following us. And those boats, they move faster than the big old steamboat, so they catch up to us. We have a long back and forth, right, with us trying to talk them down, saying, look, you don't want to drown, we don't want to drown. Why don't you just turn around, let us go, catch us another day, right? But they are dogged. They are determined. They are just following us, insisting, no, that ain't gonna happen. Why don't we cut you a deal, right? You turn yourselves in, we'll let 2 of you go. The other 4 go to prison. We very politely tell them to go fuck themselves, that ain't gonna be happening. They insist, right? And at this point, we're getting closer and closer to the Corrigan, right? We're running out of time. We know at this point that the moment we jump off the boat, try to get on the Corrigan, right, they're gonna fill us full of lead well right there in the water, right there, and there ain't no chance that we're gonna make it to the boat. So we gotta make a decision, right? Well, we decide that we are going to have to take it to a fight. That is our only chance to survive at this point. And hopefully, hopefully if we take out 1 or 2, right, that'll scare them into going back to shore, and they ain't going to keep coming after us, right? So,
okay.
So sure enough, we open fire, and an all-out goddamn naval battle commences. Right, we have multiple boats following us, deputies after deputies. They brought the whole goddamn navy after us, and
who's driving? Who's driving the boat?
Oh, I mean, some poor bastard who's just trying to sell his haul. Right, it was just none of us were driving the boat. Right, it was just because it's one of them big steamboats, right? The ones you see out on the lake.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, okay. So it's okay.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. This poor bastard just head down, trying to go to Santa Ana kind of thing, right? Not paying any damn attention to us.
Sure.
And so that was the thing too, is that we had no control over where this boat was going or how quickly it was moving. So we are firing all out. Battle has commenced. They are just boats of deputies, right? We're shooting at them. We're trying to stay behind the mast, right? Stay around the corner. And this fight just, it goes on and on and on. Nobody's gaining any ground. As we get closer to Sister Corrigan, one of the boats, these sons of bitches, actually pulls up next to it. They board the Corrigan, and they are up on the balcony, right? Shooting at us. It was insane. At some point, 2 of ours actually fell off the boat, and luckily did not drown. They both washed ashore miraculously, but at this point it's only 4 of us, right? And there's just boats on boats of deputies. Well, as we pass the Corrigan, because of course we can't board the damn thing with a bunch of deputies on it, we pass the Corrigan, they get back on their boats, and now the boats, the fleet of boats are chasing us again. And I turn to Isabella and Roxy and Butch, and I say, look, we're in trouble because this bastard who's driving this steamboat, right? We don't know where they're going. We could end up stranded in goddamn Mexico for all we know, right? We got to get off this boat. Our only option is to commandeer one of the deputies' boats and escape with that. So we pick one of the boats and we start shooting at them, right? Shooting at them. We end up losing 2 of the deputies, right? I think one of them fell into the water as well. And then we board the boat. Finnegan Huxley is driving the damn thing, and he just won't stop shooting. So I end up actually tackling the bastard right into the water. Just tackled him right off the boat. But we successfully commandeer the second boat, and now it's just us against another boat, 3 deputies. And the fight's going. Butch gets shot down. He's bleeding on the deck. Roxanne gets shot down. She's bleeding on the deck. It is just me and Isabella.
Oh, God.
And then Isabella tells me, Julius, I'm out of ammo.
Oh, no.
So it is just me. 3 deputies. I'm fighting. I'm shooting. I'm doing what I can. But I don't got a good angle on them, right? And they're getting closer and closer. Finally, I lean down to Roxanne. I say, Roxanne, they're about to board this ship. What the hell am I going to do? She tells me, you do what you got to do. I say, okay, I've got a plan. I'm going to fall into the water. I'm going to pretend like I got shot and hope that I can float away before they realize what happened. Now, sadly, they do not buy the ruse, and they are trying to rope me up, trying to grab me, but I do manage to float all the way back to the core again. Weller's yelling at me. He's saying, stop this right now. You get on that boat. We're going to shoot you down. And I say, well, sorry, fella, I ain't stopping. And indeed, Weller shoots me down.
Oh, of course.
Catches me right in the goddamn shoulder. Luckily, the other shoulder, not the one that got macheted. I am just in terrible luck in that area.
Wow.
But anyway, so I get shot down. Everybody gets rounded up. We all get brought back to Saint Denis Sheriff's Department. Now, they got us in the cells, right? They're questioning everybody. They're getting everybody processed. And then they realize that they realize who I am, and they realize that I am wanted, or at least they want to interrogate me on a whole litany of crimes, right? Bank robberies, train robberies, you name it. I've been a very busy man these past few months. And of course, seems like they started putting all the pieces of the puzzle together. So, Marty Malone shows up, drags me into one of those interrogation rooms, and he is just questioning me and asking me about what I was doing on this night and what I was doing on that night and what do I know about these gangs and that sort of thing, right? Well, at some point during all this, the deputies decided to round up everybody else and get them over to Siska, right? So they put Butch and Isabella and Roxanne on the prison wagon, right? Transport them. Well, Foley, bless her heart, goes right up to this deputy, says, hey, can you get me a smoke? Deputy says, sure. Jumps off the wagon. As they do that, Foley jumps on it and steals the whole goddamn prison wagon.
Oh.
And the plan, it nearly works. They get all the way down to the telegram station. Isabella was able to hide. Unfortunately, Foley and Butch get caught, so Butch gets returned to the Saint Denis Sheriff's office, and Foley gets arrested for the prison break and all that. But Isabella got out clean. Now, I am still being questioned and interrogated in this room, and I think, hey, this is probably it. That's okay. I knew this day would come. I knew that eventually the other shoe would drop, and I would be sentenced for a long time in Cisco. That's why I've been trying to cover my tracks. Clearly did not cover them well enough. But anyways, next thing I know, Marty steps out, steps back in, mad as a fucking hornet. And he says, Julius Bradshaw, it appears Ali Mason has come to rescue you.
Wow.
So I walk out, and Marty is just so on edge. He's hopping mad. I tell him, I say, look, Marty, calm down. And I said, look, as part of the deal for me getting released, why don't I tell you about all those crimes you were asking me about, all the ones you've been questioning me over. Now, what Marty may or may not realize is that I ain't stupid. I'm a safe cracker. My fingerprints are all over every single one of those crime scenes. All they needed to do was take my fingerprints, and they'd already know they got me for every single one of those. But nevertheless, Marty takes the bait. He agrees. I confess, indeed, I robbed that bank, and that bank, and that bank, and I robbed the train. And I tell him, oh, what was it? Ollie, he was saying, you shoot that gun one more time, right? You tell it. You tell that part.
He came out, hot as a hornet, as he said. And to be at least clear, I had probably fired off 20 rounds at least until they see me. They come out that door, he's screaming, cursing at me, and says, if you fire that gun one more goddamn time. And of course, I am obliged. Fired another shot right into their ceiling.
So you got out,
Oh, yeah.
and now you're here.
What?
I can tell
Here,
you my side of what happened. actually.
here is the best part, right? So, I tell Ollie, like, calm down, let's calm down, right? We wanna make this deal happen. I don't want to piss Malone off so much that he decides to start a firefight instead of releasing me, right? I would really like to get the hell out of here. Finally, Marty agrees. He opens the door, sends me on the way, and guess whose voice I hear, Michigan?
Who?
Charles fucking Devine.
CD? He's back?
Oh,
Not
yeah.
only is he back, it turns out my saviors were Ali and the bastards.
No fucking way.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't have to worry about the bastards no more, so.
Yeah, no, I mean, I hadn't heard anything about him, hadn't seen him in ages, and apparently all it took was an offer of some money and mention of my name, and they were ready to ride.
Wow. Well,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
good. I mean, I guess it's good standings for you.
Oh, absolutely, I owe them quite a deal. But yeah, Ali, you tell how we ended up in that situation.
So, I, wake up from my beauty sleep, and I go to check my telegrams. Isabella's pretty right on point about at least, just informing me, communicating with me, if she's all right, if things are okay. And, I expected everything to be done by the time I wake up, and lo and behold, not a single telegram. No one from Julius, no one from her, nobody. So I send, a telegram, and I decide to ride down to Amherstburg. I stop in Emerald Ranch, and I'll just see you, in all caps, like, bullet points, and just like, period, hurt, no ammo, and alone from Bell. And I see it's from all the stations, so I tear through the countryside just to get there as fast as I can. I find her, and she's, of course, panicked, telling me that, she's all right, but they still got Julius and whatnot. And, of course, I'm curious on what happened, so Foley got her out, and all that situation happened, and so we decide to, at least try to get Julius out of there. So
Right.
we ride down to St. Denis, we're looking around town, and can't find anyone alone for some reason, surprisingly. And so as soon as we kind of give up and just say, screw it, we're just gonna have to do it ourselves, and hope, we get lucky. We come around the corner from the Taylor office, and out come the bastards, 4 deep, ponchos and masks on, and I'm guessing they were probably gonna stop us to rob us, of course, or something like that. They recognize it's us. And they, say like, hey, how you doing? They say, we're doing good. And they, same to them. And they say, what's going on? And we say, $2,000 to get Julius out of jail. I don't think I've seen anyone's eyes light up like theirs before. Right as the sun, warm as a fire, eyebrows perked up like crazy. They took it immediately and said, sure.
$2,000?
$2,000 to get Julius out.
That's a lot of money.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, Julius.
Oh,
look at
yeah.
you.
Julius, did I tell you that we paid him more than $2,000 actually?
Did you really?
Yeah. And you'll understand why at least.
Okay. Well, yeah, $2,000 because I value my freedom quite heavily, and I'm also facing a lot of fucking time. And now is not a good time for me to be in prison, so I wanted to make sure I had a contingency plan.
Oh, yeah.
Well, are you afraid they might show up here?
We doubt they'll show up here, actually.
Yeah, here's the thing, right? If I was, say, a murderer or on some violent spree, right, maybe, sure, they would want to come fish me out, right? If I stabbed a deputy, sure, they'd be pissed as hell, right? As much as they are unhappy that I broke from prison, truth be told, I think they got bigger fish to fry. I don't think it's really going to be worth their time and resources, So really, I think if anything, the much bigger danger is they are liable to be waiting at the docks, right? Hoping to catch me when I take the next boat over kind of thing, right? So I'm trying to be very mindful of that. And here's the thing, too, right? Is that even if they do come over here, good luck catching me.
Yeah, no, you're right.
If I can be as slippery as I am in the crossing, then they're going to have a much more difficult time on a place that is practically my home turf at this point. They're going to be doing a lot of combing that jungle trying to find me. I feel, what can I say? Maybe it's a little hubris talking, but I feel very confident that I can stay one step ahead in the event they do decide that I am worth their time and effort.
Oh, yeah.
Well, if you need it, I know a really good hiding spot.
Oh.
I mean, I'm always open to learn about new hiding spots, that's for damn sure.
Well, I spent a lot of time around the island, and I think you wouldn't want to stay in more common areas. Definitely. There's a place that's on the cliffside here, but your best bet is also just going all the way up north.
Yeah, I figure there's lots of areas up north. There's some decent wooded areas. There's the whole separate island. I mean, if it really came down to it kind of thing. And I know the whole area with the, what you call it, the caravan and that whole, the tree house, all that. I know all that space quite well.
Yeah, if you're not worried, I'm not worried.
Yeah, I mean...
He's a pretty smart guy. He knows how to get around.
Yeah, realistically, I don't think that they are liable to show up here. But if they do, they are definitely going to have their work cut out for them.
Oh,
Have you run into Rabbit at all?
Not in a little while, honestly.
He's not since I've been here.
Alright.
Yeah, try turning up a little bit. Let me know if it's too loud.
Well, wow, that's a great story. You got away with all that shit.
Oh, you forgot.
Mishka, guess how many hostages I brought along for there?
Hostage? Wait, for...
For his trading.
To get me
his trading?
sprung.
How many?
Yeah, choose a number.
4?
More.
5?
More.
8?
Oh, one too many.
7?
Mm-hmm.
How the fuck did you get 7 hostages?
Well, initially I found one, and I was like, I think 2 or 3 might be perfect. We turn around and we see 6 horses at the Bastille, and I was like, that's a bit overzealous. We don't need to do that. And then CDs insisted. He's like, no, we got this. I stood outside, heard him screaming in there. It's like, we're going, follow us. No one gets hurt. If you fuck around and whatnot.
Uh-huh.
And we did a full-on parade. 7 people walking with their hands up all the way down to the sheriff's station.
Wow. And they all just followed?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
It was quite the breakout.
Is that your record now, 7?
It's my record now, yeah.
Oh, okay.
You just use 1 hostage for everything. Julius uses
Normally,
0.
yeah. But 7 of them is all wow. Well, then again, you had CD and his crew, right? So you had a lot of people.
Oh, yeah. We had the numbers. I mean, I don't think I could personally take 7 hostages. No.
Yeah.
Most of them were actually armed all the time. I was scary as hell, but they just didn't want to get shot.
I'm starting to realize more and more people just, they carry weapons and yet, they don't want to be shot.
Oh, no one wants to be shot.
Right.
I don't want to be shot.
There's a time when you want to be smart and not put your finger on that trigger lest it end up with a bullet in your side, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I don't know. I mean, some people really just... I don't know. Some people, I think, are scared of other people that might try and hurt them.
Sure.
And some, I think, are really good at just staying relaxed the whole time.
Yeah, I think some are scared. Some realize that, well, if I just play along, chances are it's going to be over before I know it. It's a whole variety of reactions.
Mm-hmm. Well, happy birthday.
Thank
Or
you.
happy late birthday now, but you had a good day.
I got him the
That's for
best
sure.
gift ever.
Best birthday ever.
Almost
I'd say.
a terrible birthday, but it all worked out
It
in
all
the
worked
end.
out. I mean,
Mhm.
I think it was because it's your. I mean, I don't know. Maybe the
It was
universe was
your
just like, here, you know.
Maybe.
I mean,
feel
also
like,
without Ollie, you got out and.
Oh,
Mhm.
yeah, I mean, had all of our friends saving the day. I mean, Jesus Christ, if it wasn't for Oli finding Scrump on the beach and all that shit, I mean, everything could have gone so much worse. And even, even the folk who did get caught, right? Like, Roxy got caught, all that shit, right?
So they went to Sissica?
Yeah, Roxy went to
Oh.
Siska. Butch got to spend his time in the cells.
Wait. Butch, as in, like, the one that was, like, in several relationship Butch?
Yes, Butch
Oh, yeah.
Nickel with his many
no
blood
way.
wives. Mhm.
Many
I
blood
haven't
wives.
seen him. I haven't seen him in ages, actually.
Yeah, he really hates Guama. He's actually,
Not
which
a
is,
fan.
it's just wonderful because he's holding down the fort while I'm over here.
Well, that's good. But yeah, I haven't seen him in such a long time.
Well, he is now a hardened criminal, thanks to yours truly. I'm a terrible influence.
Yeah. I've never done crime before.
Really? Never? Not even once?
Not even once. I never
Wow.
even shot. Never even really shot anyone. Besides
mean,
a lot of fucking animals.
You don't want to do that.
Right. I never want to do that. But like I said, you never know, so. But yeah, I never felt like I needed to do it, really. I'm
so tired.
But yeah.
I think we're going to wrap up. Actually, I should talk to Ollie real quick. All right, well, I'm getting exhausted, admittedly. Ollie, why don't we chat a little bit, and then I'll probably lay my head down.
So,
no
are you
problem.
guys? Do you know where y'all are living at all? Like,
Still figuring that out.
still figuring it out? Okay.
Yes, that is something that I got to determine. I want to stay somewhere fairly central, but I ain't decided
Okay.
where exactly yet. I mean, I was thinking at
Yeah.
one point maybe that castle up in the north. That's a walk, right? Those ruins.
What?
It's like it's
Up
past.
north?
Yeah, it's one's like
Mhm.
past the poker
Yeah,
table
it's
and
a
such.
walk.
And so I'm thinking maybe something a little closer, but I ain't decided what yet.
I mean, if you just need to find me specifically until we, I don't know, find a better place, that tent right behind us, where by those trees, is where me and Belle stay at.
Yeah, I like that tent. I know there's like some spots near the general store that ain't too bad. There's some spots near Omens that ain't too bad. I don't know. I'm gonna keep exploring and
You can
thinking
also
on it.
stay at the church too. There's rooms.
That is true. I might talk to Javier and see how he feels about that.
I'm sure it's fine, but he seems different.
Oh, he's definitely different. I'm
Yeah.
trying to
like,
understand him a bit better, but yeah, he doesn't feel like
he
the
doesn't
man that
feel
I
like-
met.
Yeah. No. He has scars on his face too, and last I saw him, which was yesterday, and I'm worried about him a little bit.
Yeah, I'm worried too. Trying to, like I said, spend time with him and hopefully get him feeling a little better. He's been through a lot.
Yeah, I know Yane is with Edgar and his crew now.
Yes, I have noticed that. Ugh. All right. Well, before I fall asleep on my damn feet, let's catch up and then I'll see you around, Mishka. Maybe tomorrow or
Yeah,
something.
sure. Yeah. Thank you for the story. I really enjoyed it, and my goodness, that best birthday, or I don't know, happy crazy birthday, I guess.
Thank you.
Yeah, if y'all ever need anything or have any questions, my mailbox is also just right there.
Yeah, okay. Good to know.
But yeah, I'll be around.
I'm trying
Wonderful.
really hard to get certified though. Oh my god, it's taking so long.
Yeah,
It's okay.
yeah. You do your study and get your sleep, right?
I
Make
do
sure
have
you're
to
ready for this.
Yeah. God, I have so much studying to do. I don't want to do it.
You got this.
Oh God, look at this chicken.
Here, just- The chicken.
I don't.
Oh shit!
Oh,
You might be getting, I don't know, a little loopy there. I don't see no chickens.
Yeah.
Maybe you've been doing, I don't know, too much studying.
Yeah, I mean, I have to spend some time. But I think I'm prepared. Hopefully, I'll get certified by the end of the week.
yeah. I got faith. I got faith that you can pull this off.
Yeah, and I also have to. I think the paper wants to have an interview
Oh,
about Garda and hopefully make a rather positive article about Gorma this time,
that'd be lovely.
because I don't really like that Gorma's just become a place where everyone's afraid to go to.
No, it's just gonna take some time for things to settle down and reset. That's all. People are they're fear mongering, right? They like the splashy, scary stories, and with time, those will fade and the truth will come out. It always does.
Okay, well, I know juicy stories are spicy. And interesting to read, but I mean, it's people have a laugh reading about them, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then they don't realize that the people that went through that whole experience probably, I mean, I'm not laughing about it. Some really serious shit. People have died here. But anyways, what are we looking
There's
at?
some fella running around all strange like. I wonder if it's the same one who was making the rum.
Where?
I think he went like kind of where those targets are.
Oh, I don't see.
Yeah, I don't see him anymore either. It's very strange.
Hmm.
Anyways, yeah, we'll be taking our leave.
All
But
right.
you study up for that exam. I think you're gonna do
Okay.
fantastic.
I'm gonna try. I hate studying, but I have to, I guess, if I'm gonna help.
Exactly. You study, you learn, and then there won't be any more, books. It'll be all just patching people up and plugging those holes up so they don't bleed out on you, right?
Yeah.
No, I'm sure it's gonna be mostly just sprained ankles and snake bites. All right. Well, you have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow, right?
Okay. Have a good night, y'all.
Take care.
Yeah, rest easy.
Mm.
Take care of yourself. And
Will
watch
do.
watch out for the fertilances because they're apparently everywhere right now.
Okay. Okay.
It is, I think it's maiden season, so just be really careful.
Oh.
Okay. Yep. Keep that in mind.
Uh-huh.
Take care. I figure I'm gonna walk back up to Omens just to see if Delilah's still around, and then probably find a tent near there. I really actually, I didn't want to say this in front of Mishka, but I want to stay at the church. I think that is eventually my goal. But have you been up there yet?
No, I have not.
It's a beautiful spot here. Let's go look at it before we call it a night.
Sure thing.
It's physically beautiful, but it also does feel like it's got a little magic to it. I can't quite put my finger on it, but it's lovely. And I've been doing a lot of thinking, right, about what I'm gonna do with myself and all this time I've got on my hands while I let all this shit cool down, right? And well, I think there's a lot of potential for me here. And one of the areas where I think there's a lot of potential is, have you met the shaman, Javier?
Met him in Saint Denis once.
Okay, well, do you remember about when this was?
Belle was still in Redwater at the time.
Okay, so that's all I need to know. So it was a little while ago, long enough ago anyway. So he was always a very sweet and spiritual and smart man. Love to listen to it, and it's still there. But Mishka ain't wrong. There's something different about him.
We saw him last night, right?
Yes. He
was rather grim the last I saw him.
Exactly.
It was last night. And previously, when I saw him, he was talkative and whatnot. So it's kind of odd to see him in
yeah, and I was
a
definitely
state-like thing.
I was definitely able to tease that back out of him a little bit, right? We talked. We spent a long time actually after you went to sleep talking about La Madre and the history of this place and their various beliefs and all that, right? This place is fucking beautiful. So we spent a long time talking about all that sort of thing, and it's true. I told him that I'm very interested in learning more about all of it, right? About La Madre, about this blood god, about all that sort of thing, these various beliefs and prophecy. Like, see, like this tent would be perfect.
It's not bad. I like it.
And have this whole beautiful place right in the backyard. But so, here's the thing, is that I think with time, I can learn more about all this history and culture and religion and all of that. And the shaman, he said it himself, he's weak. And I don't mean that as like a derisive manner. It's more just that he's been through so much with Delilah, with his own seeming crisis of faith, and now Edgar is worming his way in, and he's taking advantage of this man, right? He has
in other words, he feels defeated.
Exactly. He felt defeated after what happened with him and Delilah, and now he has turned to Edgar, who was using that to his advantage. So, what I'm hoping for, because Javier even said this himself, he said, look, the people need a leader, and I'm not that person. I ain't a leader. I'm weak. I'm tired. I think that's exactly what he said. He said, I'm so tired. So, the way I see it, he needs help. The people of Guarma need help. I don't know how much I believe in this whole La Madre and the blood god and all that, but I mean, I want to learn more about it. And if I play my cards right, I could set myself up to do a lot of good here, you know? Potentially even be a force to be reckoned with, a force that could compete with Edgar.
I think I see what you mean there.
So I don't want to stay here right now. I want to get the shaman's blessing before I start laying my head here. I want to give it time, and I want him to get to know me and see that my intentions are good and that my intentions truly are for the betterment of the island.
I like that. It's, one, it's smart if you want to work with him and whatnot. And not work with him, but work under him and learn. The man deserves his ways. It's better to be invited into it than to make yourself at home.
Exactly. And I know that he's taken people under his wing before, right? And apprenticed and that sort of thing. And here's the thing too, right? I start going down that road and I realize this ain't for me, then no harm, no foul, right? I walk away, I say, look, I appreciate you sharing your culture with me, but this ain't me. And I go on my own way, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I think, if nothing else, allying ourselves with the shaman and building that bond is very important, especially given that Yane, who I won't even get started on that, but has clearly aligned herself with Edgar, right? And that's the thing, right now there are so many people who are considered rightfully or wrongfully, considered staples of the Guarma community, right? That I have to start shifting the balance of power just a little bit.
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't get is why Yang chose Edgar. It doesn't make sense to me. I mean, I think it's the way that he explains himself, and
he's convincing. He's charismatic, right? As much as I dog on him and talk about how he is insecure and all these things, which are true, he is also quite charismatic. I mean, I think
he's saying what I think Yang wants to hear. Because the first time I met Yang, she came out of nowhere, pointing her bow at us, me and Isabella. I asked her to say litter of questions and whatnot, and we said the right things to appease her, saying that we don't want to, damage the island in any way, bring any harm to it. We we like it for what it is, you know. We want to see this place flourish as much as you do, you know. She accepted that. And I think hearing someone, you know, just come to the island out of nowhere and just screaming, you know, from their pedestal that, oh, I'm for the people, that I want to see this beautiful island thrive and whatnot. Music to our ears. A siren song.
No, I think you are absolutely correct. Hey, let's start heading to the bar. I just realized I'm saying here a minute. But yes, I think you're exactly correct that Edgar represents what she wants to hear, which is someone who wants what's good for the island, and I respect that. I get that. I think that he only wants what's good for the island as long as it's convenient and profitable for him. And the moment that that runs out, he's gonna be a goddamn problem for everybody once again. But you know, I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, at least for the time being, that there is enough sincerity in him that it ain't worth trying to make a move against him right now.
No, not yet, at least. I think there'll come a time where, you know, he will fall off the top of his pedestal.
It's the thing, and you know this better than anybody, is that I am a very patient man. I have no desire to rush things along or try to dispose of the Mad King or anything like that, right? More that I'll play his game until it's time to play a new game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, at least in the aspects of when something catches your attention. You definitely are a fox.
I know, I think this is the...
you know,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
So, you know, I assume that you've got something that I've yet to understand. But I trust the process.
What do you mean?
I don't know. I mean, I think it's the one thing that's been, I think, poking at Belle for a while. And, you know, she's brought it to my attention. She just doesn't understand what do you want to get done here. And for the most part, I can see that it is something that has garnered your attention. And from my time knowing you, a pretty forward individual, you know, find something you like and you like it. And here we have something that you are rather fond of and that you feel as though, you know, and confident in, that you can master. And I think it's just something that I haven't yet to see you or understand, you know.
You know, Delilah and I had a long conversation today, and one of the very interesting insights of this conversation was that I think one of the things I like quite a bit is finding something new, right? Some new puzzle, some new game, something new to take apart and put back together and figure out how it all works, right? And I think it's a big part of what Guarma is for me right now. I mean, it's a lot of things, right? It is a safe haven away from the law, at least for the time being, right? It is a place where I can socialize, where I can make money, that sort of thing, right? But I think even more importantly than that, there is just so much on this island that I don't understand. You know, I actually wrote a little letter to Michael, right? Not really to him, just sort of getting my thoughts out on paper, I guess. And oh shit, we're going the wrong way. I know this house. This house is beautiful, by the way. Have you seen this place?
No?
Yeah, come see it before we go
I'm a
on.
bit curious about it.
Hey, so the entrance around the back.
Oh, wow.
Honestly, I bet Belle would love this place.
I would assume so.
Yeah, go inside.
Probably show it to her. She might like it a lot.
See? It's beautiful.
Oh. I see why you like her.
Oh, yeah, it's got a hell of a view.
That is nice.
Uh-oh. I know, Chippy. Give me a minute. But yeah, I mean, it's just, I think in a lot of ways, Guarma is sort of the inevitable next game. And it don't mean that I want to just walk away from Club Royale or anything like that. I mean, shit. I think the other night proves that even if the job didn't go exactly to plan, that we are more than capable of finding new adventures and new innovative ways of making some fucking money that absolutely still hold appeal to me. So you can hopefully help her rest assured that that ain't ending anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's just still a bit, what's the word? It's a bit of a traumatic experience, if anything, for her to have to deal with this again. But, you know, she had a gang that she really felt a connection with, that she was growing fond of, and they did the same thing, you know. They said, let's go to Guarma, let's try this out, and over time, things got quiet. People just started, you know, forgetting about the crossing and whatnot. And of course, we were quite adamant about having her here, and seeing this again, I think, just scares her, is the deal.
Well, I wouldn't tell her this, but frankly, she needs to get the hell over it, because she knows damn well that I am not Morgan Lee. She knows damn well that I do things differently, that I do not just abandon folk. And, frankly, it's almost, and I know she don't mean it that way, but it's almost a little bit insulting. Like, I get where she's coming from, but she knows that, I've never once ran things the way Morgan runs them. Not once. Morgan came here just seeing it as another avenue of money. That's all Guarma ever was to him, was just another financial opportunity. That's all Redwater ever was to him, right? It wasn't about the people. It wasn't about caring about anybody he rode with, right? It was just about money, money, money. How are we gonna make our next contract? Let's take on hits from people who want to hit each other back and forth and not worry about the repercussions of that, because it's money in our pockets, right? That's the kind of fucking man Morgan Lee is. And the fact that it took her that long to see it, it has nothing to do with me or my choices or anything that any of us are doing, for that matter.
Yeah, I think it's just... That's what at least I've been trying to figure out how to explain to her. It's, I think, one of those moments where I can't figure out my words as usual.
It's gonna take time. She's gonna have to see it, and like I said, she's gonna have to get over it to a certain extent, you know?
I think she will. She's tough.
Mishka,
Really tough.
thank you
Sometimes
for the
stronger than
raid.
I feel like.
She is tough as hell. That's why I'm confident that she'll figure it out. She'll see. Plus, like I said, right now I am extraordinarily fucking wanted, and it's either I hide out in the goddamn snow or I hide out here, and I would sure as shit rather be on a tropical island than out in the goddamn mountains.
Yeah, really a fan of snow.
I'm still going the right way. I'm not going the right way.
I don't know where you're leading me, by the way.
I was just making sure I knew that this is back to the goddamn general store, so we still gotta go a little ways to get back to Omens. I'm taking the scenic route, apparently.
Should we go up instead of down, maybe?
No. I don't think, anyways. We'll find out. I'm trying to learn this part more, because I feel like there's an area I may inevitably end up run into if things do get hot.
It's always good to have a backup plan.
I am admittedly a little worried about Delilah on Thursday, but if I can't even physically be here, then there's really no point in agonizing over it.
Yeah. I don't know if there's much that can be done. People's made up their minds about shit. And there's little people can do to change minds.
As long as she's taking care of her damn self, it's just be... We all gotta die one day, right? We're all gonna see that end. I mean, shit, you and I know that in our line of work and all that shit, but it's like, at least have a death that fucking means something, you know?
Yeah.
Not just dying to a pack of rabid dogs who can barely even fucking think for themselves. I don't know.
I think there's some things you just have to let it be.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have much of an end goal yet?
For Guarma?
Mm.
You just mean like in general?
Why not, though?
Well, the way I see it, we keep on running and doing what we're doing until the well is dry, right?
Mm.
Eventually, people are gonna end up in prison. Might even lose some folk. Maybe somebody decides he's ready to settle down. They don't want to keep taking the risks we taking all the time, right? People start dropping off one way or the other, and one day we wake up and we decide this is it, right? We get together what we got. Maybe we get one more big score, and we call it quits.
Not bad. It's a very attainable goal. I like it.
I mean, that's how it all goes, right? There are only a few options folk in our line of work. Right? Only a few endings on the horizon. One of them's death. One of them's life in prison. One of them's getting out while the going's good enough. I know where I... Hold on, I think I'm still walking us the wrong fucking way. Let's go this way.
Yeah.
So I think that's what it is. As long as everybody feels like we're doing what we want to do, then we keep doing it. And if and when the day comes when we've suffered too many losses or people got something else that's driving them, that's calling them away, then they follow that call. This Guarma's really kind of the same way. As long as it keeps pulling me back, then I focus my attention here. If and when the day comes where it's time to move on, then I move on.
Yeah. Guess we'll see, huh?
Yeah. Shit, you know me. I don't like having a plan set in stone. There ain't no point. Things
There
are
has to be
always
at least
changing.
a little bit of deviance.
That's fine.